Still, oh, where's my picture? Shush. That sounds a bit shitty. That sound. Let me just try that. I don't know if that helps or not. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, folks. Am I coming through loud and clear without too much of interference or crackly bollocks? Crackly bollocks. Oh, let me just turn the sound off my phone off because otherwise that's going to be fucking beeping all night, and that's a pain in the ass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, innies, outies, and the rest of you, whatever you might identify as. Although, if you're one of those, you might not want to be here, to be quite honest, because, yeah, we don't do all that pronoun bollocks here. So, but anyway, hope you're all well. I've not long woken up, long enough to get the the imprint of the pillow creases you get on your face. I've been awake long enough to get rid of them, but not that long. Let's have a look who's in the chat, live chat we're on. Let's Lost Souls, good evening to you. Pure Dance Radio, how you doing? Welcome. Roger, thank you for joining us. Peter, Bleach Demon, good evening to you both. Kaz, good evening to you. Shy Ted, hurry up, Goldilocks. It's silver, it's not gold, it's silver. Or it will be eventually. Depends whether I decide to dye it or not. Although I probably won't, because then I've got to dye this, otherwise I'll look like a twat. Moving on, Jack Doyle, good evening. Michael Castrian, welcome, nice to see you. JD, thank you, nice to see you, thanks for joining us. Mrs. W, the wonderful Mrs. W, as always, welcome on our live stream. Crafts, good evening. 1-1, I don't do Christmas decorations. I would have had a Christmas tree if I bothered with Christmas decorations, but I think that's a kid's thing. Do you know what I mean? That's what you do. You know, as an adult, you should do that stuff for your kids. Fine, no problem. I ain't got any kids here. I don't need to worry about that. My kids are all old enough now not to bother with all that stuff. But yeah, you know, a lot of people will have a Christmas tree up. I just don't see the need. I ain't got the fucking energy to put one up anyway. And the last time I went to get a Christmas tree, I was actually insulted by the guy selling it to me. He asked me if I was going to put it up myself. I was like, well, fuck you, you dirty cunt. It was going in the lounge. Moving on. Graham Nutt, hello. Crinkly bollocks. Debbie Catchpole, good evening to you. Sean, hello. Good evening and welcome. Art Stew, welcome. Rubber Chuck. Foo Toy Moo, thanks for joining us. You're 41 and you have a tree. Well, that's fine. I don't. It's just me. It's my own personal thing. I just don't. Number one, can't be asked spending the money on it. Number two, can't be asked spending the time on it. Number three, I can't be asked. You know, I ain't really bothered with Christmas for the past 20 odd years. You know, so I have when there's been other children around. If I've been in a relationship and they've got kids, then obviously I get into the spirit, so to speak. But I'm on my own. I just don't see the point. Do you know what I mean? It's not like any fuckers coming round here to have a look. You know what I mean? Just show off all the presents under the tree. None of that bollocks. So I don't worry. Do you know what I mean? Miss Billy, good evening. Paul Wright, hello. WTF, good to see you. Dave Kelly, my other half has a bush instead. Oh dear. Oh fucking hell. Santa is going to be pissed, Pat. Santa don't bring me nothing anyway. I'm permanently on Santa's naughty list. When he gets his naughty list printed out and his nice list at the top, it's printed naughty list, nice list. That comes printed, pre-printed on a paper. But on the naughty list, he already gets pre-printed my name. So I just had a delivery from Amazon, literally bang on 8 o'clock. So I had to go to the door quickly and grab it. Yeah, just some Just some flash drives to put all my naughty stuff on. Got some there as well. Oh, fuck me. Throwing them everywhere. Got them everywhere, but they're useful. Absolutely fucking brilliant, these flash drives. And they're small enough to hide. Anyway, moving on. Do you like my little pin? Do you like my pin there? I thought, are they for evidence, Pap? Well, they would be if the police got hold of them. But it would be evidence against me rather than evidence on my behalf. I'm only joking, police. For those of you watching, don't leave my fucking house raided. Fucking wankers. Resist, nice to see you. Yeah, say no more. Say no more. Yeah, my little pin here. I don't know if you can see it or not. I think you can. My yeah. I thought I'd get one of them because I do love the country, even though it's going to shit. Oh, you think that one's bad, Graham? You think that one's bad? I did buy a poppy one as well because over Armistice Day I didn't have a poppy, and the paper ones they get fucked up so easily. So I bought a poppy pin. So for next year I've got that. I've also got a what's the other one coming? I can't remember what fucking. I've got another two coming. One of them's going to piss a few people off, that's for sure, because it's actually, let me have a look. You know me, I don't mind pissing a few people off. Right, now this one, this will be one that that'll piss a few people off. Oh, come on. English heart, English blood. So I'll have that one for St. George's Day when that comes around, because I always forget these things. And then I've got this one. This one's going to piss a few people off. I've got that one coming as well. Because we stand with Israel. We stand against the disgusting behavior of certain groups, shall we say. I want to be careful how we put that across. A disgusting behavior by certain groups. And that behavior is obviously propagated into, not even just in their country anymore. It's now, what's this, our 9th weekend we've just had of bollocks going on in London. 9th weekend. It's cost the taxpayer through the police funding £20 million apparently just for the pro-Palestine marches, plus another £20 million for the Just Stop Being a Twat oil protests. But there has to come a point where the police and the government turn around and say, right, enough's enough. You've said your fucking piece. Now piss off home, right? Or fuck off over to Palestine and protest. You know what I mean? Because you're not going to get nothing done by protesting on the streets here. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, moving on, because I don't want to get all too deep into that shit, as we start the live stream. But as far as I'm concerned, ain't nothing going to get done by protesting on the streets of London. I mean, the government had a vote a couple of weeks back, didn't they? Okay, so you voted for whatever it was you voted for. Is that going to make the blindest bit of fucking difference to Hamas or Israel trying to get their people back and destroying the people that committed acts of terror against them? Of course it's not. They didn't give a fuck about what we've got to say. So why are these people wasting their time on the streets, pissing off normal people? You know what I mean? It's just fucking ridiculous. Anyway, what can London do about it? They can stop them. They can stop them. They can stop the marches. It's very difficult to stop a gathering of people. So by all means, if you want to go and fucking protest, go and gather, go and meet in a park. Go and meet in fucking, is it Hampstead Park where all the doggers go and all the gay people? George Michael used to go dogging there or cottage in there or something. Let all the pro-Palestinian people go there, and let's just see how welcoming and wonderful they are towards another minority group. Yeah, but the police and the government can stop a march, a protest march. They can. Absolutely, they've got the power to do it. All they've got to do is ask the Home Office. Home Office says, yeah, bang, we'll do that. Job's a good one. But no, they won't do it because they're all shitbags. The vote was for a ceasefire and the government said no. Well, I mean, it's not going to make a difference, even if the government turned around and said yes, Babs. If our government turned around and said, yeah, we think you should have a ceasefire, Israel, we're not going to roll over and go, okay, we'll let Hamas bum us and fucking destroy us. So, all right, then. Of course they're not. They're going to go, fuck you. Do what we need to do for our survival. But exactly, Paul. Exactly, mate. 100%. Anyway, is not a maiden there? Is that that's a different name, isn't it? Nut maiden. Oh no, that's the same name you was using last week, wasn't it? I can't remember. I've slept since then. I can't fucking remember what I was doing this morning. Never mind what I'm doing now. Yes, you're right, Truth Crusader. We have an inalienable. We have a right to petition. Absolutely, the government, our government, and the king or the queen, as it was for many years. We have a right to petition them, but petitioning them and protesting are slightly different things. So the police do have the power, along with the government, to stop marches that will disrupt what the public are doing, trying to go about their business. And the marches are doing exactly that. And some of the things that they're still shouting out now, even though they've been told not to shout it, from the river to the sea, for example, and they're still doing it and they're still getting away with it. But anyway, fuck me, we got into it deep there really quickly, didn't we? We've only been going 12, 13 minutes. I want Sad Sack can't call a ceasefire on ULEZ. Yeah, it's listen, it's all about money, innit? All about money. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? Nut Maiden. Just, you try and remember the simplest things. Sometimes the simplest things that you need to remember are the things that are hardest to remember. I mean, I struggle on here sometimes. I'll be talking mid-sentence, it just flutters away. And I'm like, what was I talking? I completely forget what I was talking about and what the entire last hour's conversation was about. And it's the bloody nightmare. There's another comment about drinking. Craft, it's not that I've kicked the booze. I mean, I didn't have a drink problem. I'm not suggesting you're saying that, by the way, but lots of people have said this over the past while, saying that, oh, well done, you've not had any drink. Well, it's like not having chocolate for me. Do you know what I mean? I can just put it down and not fucking eat it. And the drink's the same. I don't need to have a drink. I enjoy to have a drink on a especially on the Sunday, because sometimes these live streams get a bit fucking riotous. So having a drink can be fun. But yeah, I've not had a drink for quite a while. I will be having one over Christmas. I'll be getting absolutely fucking twatted. I can assure you of that. I will be getting fucking mullered, absolutely inebriated. And then I'll go back to not having a drink for a while. Maybe I might start having one back on live stream. We'll see how things go. I've only stopped. I only stopped the drinking or having a drink because I only drunk once a week on a Sunday, and I only stopped that because I was feeling a bit shitty within myself. So the way I've always seen it is if if you drink, it enhances your emotions. Um, Drink enhances your emotions. So if you're feeling shitty, like deep down, it doesn't matter what you portray on the outside, but if you're feeling shitty deep down and you have a drink, it will bring those emotions to the surface. But if you're in a good mood and you have a drink, it's when you have a good night. So that's why I don't drink all that often anymore because it can bring me down a little bit, and nobody wants to see that. So, good evening. God bless. Wonder if Pappy's gonna. Oh, where's that gone? Keep the Queen's crown or update it to the King's. The King can suck my bollocks. That's what he can do. That can stay there for a while. The King and his sausage fingers can go do one. Not my King, as they say. You know. Oh dear, oh dear. Who else we got in the chat? Who have I missed? Victoria, good evening. Truth Crusader, good evening. Danny Lee, hello. If I've said your name once already and I say it again, just think yourself lucky. If I haven't said your name, then I apologise in advance. I do try and go through and say hello to as many people as possible. Bearded Vet being one of them. Brian PC, good evening to you. Thanks for joining us. Danny Lee. The DVSA FOI reveals 96% of car MOT's appeals are upheld. 30 million MOTs a year, so 27 million are wrong. Are you trying to pass driving test? DVSA dismissed examiners for not keeping to average. What do you mean not keeping to average? What do you mean by that, Danny? Is that like how many is supposed to pass? Is that what you mean? Because I know they've got, 50% of people fail their driving license, their driving test anyway. Marty lad, good evening. Govey stressed. Oh, Grovey or Govey? Grovey or Govey? Oh, God bless the UK. He's having a bit of a midlife crisis at the moment. He's spending money on Govey lights, like the ones I've got in my lounge. I've got some in my lounge now, which are pretty funky. And God bless the UK had to go one better and get fucking curtain lights. Oh dear, I'm only joking. Right, let's give it a few more minutes. We'll see if anyone else comes on. Ricky, good evening. Nice to see you. Hi, Saskia. Sulking in the background. Why, what's up? Beef curtains, like that thing I posted on my Facebook the other day. The queefer or queefy or something. the sanitary towels made of beef. I had today, I'll tell you what, because I see people talking about what they've eaten. I had today a bin lid, what they call a bin lid bun, big bun with roast chicken ready. It was already cooked roast chicken, so it's covered in chemicals and shit. But still, I had roast chicken with smoked bacon chopped up. So this is all chopped up with sweet corn, onion, and salad cream, all in a big fucking bun. That's what I've eaten today. Not a proper dinner, but it'll do. I can't lost souls. I'll get copyright struck. Everyone seems to have had chicken today. Yeah, it was definitely a big bun, not a big bum as in arse. Um, okay. All right. I embarrassed myself plenty of times on here before, so it's not going to hurt to embarrass myself again. It's Lost Soul Paranormal's birthday tomorrow. Um, and therefore, yes, tomorrow. There you go. And therefore, um, you had the biggest pigs in blanket you've ever seen today. What were the police cold? They wrapped up. Um, so therefore, I've got to sing her happy birthday. And now I've said that out loud, I can't fucking back out of it. That's part of my problem. I have this issue with telling people things that I'm going to do, so that I can't back out of it. Um, so unless we wait till we've got the live stream going, and we all sing you happy birthday, whoever comes on the live stream. Right, here we go. There we go. Right now we can either need a vote. One, if you want me to sing on my own happy birthday, or two, oh fuck me, I know what's going to happen here. Or two, if you want the panel to sing happy birthday to Lost Souls Paranormal. So one, if you just want me, and two, if you want the panel to sing happy birthday. Oh shit. I mean, there are some twos in there, and I know God bless the UK might have Parkinson's by the looks of it. But there is definitely more ones than twos. Um, is microphone keeps up, so I don't know what start singing. Then if I start singing, then so it seems to be a bit my with my microphone. um, well, if anybody wants to sing a happy birthday on the panel, then they can do. But for now, Lost Souls Paranormal. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, angry murder midget. Happy birthday to you. There we go. Marilyn style. Ah, no, 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 no. That's it. That's all you get. That's as best as it's gonna get. So that is it. Like it or not, that's all you're getting. Dave Kelly's now aroused. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Was that thinking about me doing it Marilyn style? Oh dear. Oh dear. I mean, I could sing a bit better, but I'd have to sing louder. And unfortunately, little girl's asleep upstairs. Cool. That's still a little bit red, isn't it? It still looks a bit angry. Although the hair's coming through, you can see the hair is actually coming through now, which is pretty cool. We'll see how that goes over the next few months. Stripogram for lost souls. Listen, if I took my clothes off, the only stripping that would happen is the paint off the walls and people's eyes would melt, and you'd end up looking like a certain somebody from YouTube. Anyway, moving on. Right, we're going to get the lines open in just a second. And we're going to take some calls as we normally do. I have, Paul. Yes, yes. I had hair transplant surgery in September, I think it was. Um, oh no, no, I won't say his name. I think you knew who I'm talking about when I go like that. Oh fucking hell! Do you know what, Sean? Talking about I'm a celebrity, right? We'll just quick talk about that. I said this weeks ago, right? Farage will get to the last few, right? Absolutely, Farage will get to the last few. It had to happen, guaranteed to happen, because it is not about people voting. This is not about people voting. This they couldn't give a fuck about the people's votes. Right? Those voting mechanisms are to make it feel like you're actually involved. That's it. Right. And to make some money off the phone calls, right? Nothing else, right? Um, he was always going to get to the last few because if he did, it would keep everybody talking. The publicity has been absolutely mad around this I'm a celebrity. I don't watch it. It's a pile of shit. I've watched the first one. After that, I was like, nah, fuck that. It's like Big Brother. I watched the first one. I applied for the second one. And after that, I realized what it was all about. And I was like, nah, fuck that. And I've never watched it since. Um, but uh, Farage was always going to get through to the last few. I don't think he's going to win because that will not fit any kind of fucking narrative that anybody wants. They don't want people to think that Farage has got a big following. They don't want people to think that. So people are not going to. I mean, people will probably vote for him to stay in, but the television company, the production company, and the television station are not going to want him to win, in my opinion, because it would look bad on them. It would look bad. It will make it look like people that Farage has got a massive following, enough to sway the vote in I'm a Celebrity. So I always knew that he was going to get through to the last few. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. This is again, it's just my opinion based on what I know. And I think that it will come to it and it'll be, unlucky Nigel. Now, sorry, he didn't get through. Somebody else did. But I reckon if there was a way of finding out exactly the amount of votes without the bullshit and the lies that they'd come out with, I think that they would. I think that he could possibly win. Um, but I don't think they're going to allow that to happen because, as I say, it's not going to fit with any kind of narrative that they use. Right? They put him in there, and they put that fucking Nella the Heffalump in there, right? Purposely, because all of these programs, Big Brother, I'm a Celebrity, all the others, they have psychologists working with the production team, right? Who can we get in that's going to create drama? Yeah, get a few randoms, plus we'll get some people that are going to create drama. Now, Nella is, I mean, I've never even heard of her until this bollocks. I looked her up the other day, and she's shit. I mean, she does some YouTube stuff, but she's shit. She's got fucking loads of followers, but she's shit. She's absolutely shit, right? Um, and the only reason that they've got her in, along with Nigel Farage, is because of what everyone thinks of, or what all the lefties and all that lot think of Nigel Farage, and the fact that she's this fucking, oh, race baiter. I mean, that's all she is a race baiter, right? So they put them in there because they knew it was going to create fireworks. End of, end of. But if Nigel Farage wins, I'm going to be massively, massively shocked because I don't think that they can allow him to win and make it look like he's got a big following. I just don't think they can. Anyway, they did have Matt hand on his cock last year, and I didn't watch that either. um, I mean, I might have watched it if it was a real jungle setting with real jungle animals, by which I mean some poisonous spiders and snakes. I might have watched it then, but yeah, they not going to do that, are they? It's just a shame. I think they should have, like he did, play the lottery with people's lives. I think we should have played the lottery with him, with old Hancock in the jungle, and stick him in a fucking coffin with some actual poisonous snakes and spiders, and you know, let him take his chances. But that's just me anyway. Okay, let's fucking get on with this show, because you don't just want to sit here listening and looking at me all night long. So no, I haven't done, again, I've not done a sound check. So I'm going to ask you guys, can you tell me, oh, for God's sake, no, right, let's restart that. I knew this was going to happen. Fuck you know. Let's quit and let's reopen that. Hi, Stoney. Tommy, can you do us a favour? Tommy Mason, can you do us a favour and not put your comments in capitals, please, mate? Blaggers, how you doing? How you doing, my man? Nice to see you. Thank you very much. Look at that. Look at that from Blaggers. Isn't that good of him? How are you, my man? How you doing? I've seen some of your recent uploads with DJ. Nice to see you doing some collaborations. Right, let me see if I can get this bloody thing working now. Settings, audio, video. Can you hear that? Right, could you hear that, folks? Yes, sounds good. Yes, 5x5. Brilliant. Thank you very much. How you doing, Silas? Thanks, Tom. I appreciate it. Brent, how you doing? Beagle, good evening. Right, so what we're going to do, we're going to get the lines open now. So if you want to call in, as per normal, as every week, if you want to share a story, you want to talk shit, you want to whistle blow, you want to call me names, or if you can come up with something else that you'd like to discuss, then get on that blower. 01515289590 is the number. Won't cost you anything. It is like a normal call from your mobile to a landline, or if you've got Skype, search Dan_Pap and you'll see that logo, and that'll be me, Dan_Pap. That logo, that'll be me. You can press the button and you can call through. Just checking my phone there to make sure, because sometimes people have tried calling and it lights up my phone but doesn't light up on the computer, which means I have to restart Skype again, which is a bit of a pain in the arse, but we do normally get there in the end. The council and courts are most definitely corrupt, Tommy. Yep. Well, what's going on? We've normally got a call by now. Come on, guys. Don't be shy. I'm sure most of you have been here long enough now to know that you can call in and have well, I'll say a reasonable conversation, a conversation at least. Have I missed anybody? Phil, good evening to you. Sam, thank you for joining us. Universal Truth. Are we ever going to see any more videos, young man? I hope so. I hope so. And I know that sounds a very vague response, but eye stitch, it's very difficult to explain chronic fatigue to people that don't understand. We'll get into that shortly. Hello, caller.
Hello, I want my tenner back.
Hello, Blaggers. How you doing?
I want my tenner back.
Yeah, you'll have to wait a month for YouTube to process it.
No, that means you're going to give me £7 back.
Yeah.
How you doing, mate? You good?
Yeah, not so bad, mate. How's yourself? You've been busy lately.
Good, man. I'm fucking Yeah, nah, I'm good, mate. It was unfortunate how you had to cut the London ship short, man. It was good to see you, and then you disappeared like spinner. You were like poof, puff of smoke, poof, gone.
I know it's not good, but
I know it is, mate. Don't be worried about that. It was good to see you, even for them couple of minutes. It was good to catch up.
Yeah, I know. It just to bump into you there was pretty mental. I mean, I explained this last week or week before. Some people were having a go at Welshie for leaving me when I said I had to sit down, and off he went. And I told him to go. But I wasn't there with you guys, so the fact that you went and done your thing anyway was absolutely cool. You know what I mean?
You're an ongoing ass man, so you can't moan at other people for leaving you there to do some stuff and get some content. It's what it is, isn't it, Pap?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, I weren't there with
you. Don't need to be holding fucking hands, do we?
No. How's the family?
Bigger.
How's the little one? Bigger. How's the little one's getting?
Bigger. Sound as, mate. Sound as.
Good.
Literally, minutes ago, I was saying to our lass about his littlest girl. She's on her fucking feet now.
Is she already?
Which means you've got more problems. Yeah, she's on her feet, mate. Yeah, she's like, oh, shit.
That's happened quick.
Yeah, on her feet. Running around. We put a Christmas tree up. I don't know. We put a Christmas tree up about 3-4 days ago. There's heat states of it now. It don't like a Christmas tree no more.
Is it like having 3 cats in the house?
Yeah, literally wrecked. That's a ball. That thing's out and off that tree. That belongs in my hands, not on a tree. And that's what happens. That's how it is. But it's all funny. It's very lopsided as well. It's like I'm looking at it right now and I'm thinking, I've seen better trees in like a tramp's garden. You know, the ones with rubbish and that's shown to it. And it's like, what's going on? I'm making myself laugh. That's quite good.
So you got anything?
But yeah, no, I think things are good, man.
Good. You got anything planned?
Yeah, Marty B's about to be back out on making solos.
All right.
I've been working and doing videos with people for couple of years. I actually can't remember the last time I went out and did a video on my own. But it's coming. It's coming this week. Already done. People need to be stay tuned and ready because you know how Marty B rolls. It's worth a watch. Whether you hate, you dislike, you thumbs up, you thumbs down. At least just watch. At least that way I get a few pennies of advert revenue. You know what I mean?
Well, you have learned that to keep the swearing to a minimum in your videos these days, so the more of them get money.
Oh yeah, I mean, bloody hell. Let's be fair. Do you remember back in the day? I was an I don't know what you call me. I don't know. An arsehole?
A potty.
It was pretty. You know what? I don't think I could even get away with it these days. The way that the YouTube one that works with the algorithm, that powerful word, I don't think you could get away with it no more. The amount of swearing that used to happen in my videos, I genuinely don't think you could get away with it now.
No. Well, most of my videos, especially the early ones, I had to say what I think, and if I think somebody was a dirty cunt, I'd say there was a dirty cunt, and I wouldn't think twice about it. And
there you are. Look at you. You're calling me a potty mouth.
Yeah. Yeah. But we're talking about the police here, so it's allowed, isn't it?
Oh, that's more than acceptable. It's all right. Totally acceptable. Also, for everyone watching, commencing on the 19th of this month, that's the 19th of December, I will be covering a 3-day trial of a police officer named PC Jessica Verbruggen, who is on trial for, I believe it's approximately between 10 and 13 charges of misuse of the police national computer, perverting the course of justice times 2, making off from police, and allowing someone to drive her car that didn't have the appropriate ability to do so.
Yeah, I've covered. I covered the. I covered that when she was arrested. It's on my.
Did you? Did you now?
Yeah,
oh, yeah. Actually, I believe you did. Yeah.
Covered that when it first came out. But yeah, it'd be nice.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We did. We spoke about this. In fact, didn't we? Fast, I do forget. We did.
I'm sure we did.
And yeah, I did. I gave you some of the footage, didn't I, when she was leaving court?
Say again. Sorry.
I gave you some of the footage, didn't I, when she was leaving court?
I can't remember. Quite possibly.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, you did. All right. So just accept it.
Well, I'll take your word for it. Then my memory's not as good as it used to be.
So yeah, that trial is commencing on the 19th of this month, and obviously Marty will be there on the ground reporting.
Let's hope she gets fucking locked up for Christmas.
I think, and this is crazy, but I actually think for one of the few times, I think it is very, very likely, because I was in court when she was in magistrate's court, and she stated that the intention was to plead guilty to all offences.
Right.
And then I went for the second hearing, which was in the Crown Court. But then by the time she got to the Crown Court, she decided to go not guilty. And the King's Counsel, now King's Counsel, was QC then, but now KC, said to her, let me correct, he said to her legal representation, what is going on? There was an indication from the magistrate's court of a guilty plea.
Yeah.
And now you're standing in this court in front of me, pleading not guilty. And her legal representation gave some spout of this, that, and the other, and whatever it be, nothing worthwhile saying. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah.
But he said to her, he said, quote, and I'm going to quote as close as I possibly can. You may think that you're being smart by prolonging the proceedings to benefit yourself. And basically what that means is that you're extending the period of time where you will remain in the public and not be sentenced.
Right.
However, this will reflect upon your sentencing, because he even stated that the evidence against her is damning.
Right. Well,
there is no way she can get out of this. So what she has done, which I understand why he would do it, but all she has done is prolong the proceedings, because she knows she is screwed. She knows she's going to get found guilty. But by pleading not guilty, it keeps you on bail, and it keeps you in the community for generally a minimum of 6 months when the trial's available.
Yeah.
So I do predict, and to everyone watching, count my words and my chickens, I predict that the day of trial that comes, she will go guilty on that day. And she will not run a trial.
Right. I mean, there's a possibility that she'll that she'll get a custodial sentence, but we've seen
there's a high chance.
Yeah, but even so, a custodial sentence, what's it called? Suspended sentence is still classed as a custodial, so there's still a chance.
It is, yeah.
There's still a chance of her getting a suspended on that as well. Hopefully not.
I'd say yes, but I because of the amount of charges, she's facing about 14, 15 charges.
Right.
Because she accessed the police national computer. It was, I think, if I'm using it, I think it was 11 times. But she also tried to delete evidence. She tried to delete evidence regarding to whether it was trying to delete evidence in regard to the stop or the regards to the reporting of her vehicle being stolen, which wasn't stolen. It was a boyfriend driving the car.
Yeah.
That is very serious. That is
Well,
very serious.
They've still got to prove. They've still got to prove. I'm not sticking up for her, and I'm not trying to argue with her or anything like that. I'm just trying to be, trying to be level. They've still got to prove all of the charges yet. If all of the charges get proven, then there's a higher possibility of her getting locked up. If they don't all get proved, she gets.
Personally, I personally think she's already lost because of the indication the magistrate's court where her legal team stood up and she confirmed that there is an intention to plead guilty to all charges.
Right.
Why would you possibly in this world say such a thing if you was not guilty of them charges?
Well, as a copper, she shouldn't have said. But there are people.
Yeah, she should have known better.
But there are people that aren't police or involved in judicial system in any way, shape, or form that could possibly say that they're guilty because they've been threatened with. They say, well, if you get found guilty on all of them, then you're going to be fucked. Whereas if you plead guilty now, then you're guaranteed to get a lighter sentence. There are people out there.
Yes, that's called it's illegal credit. I think they call it. Yeah, credit for a guilty plea.
Yeah. Maybe she forgot that once you give a guilty plea, that credit gets taken back when you withdraw your guilty plea.
They also so they also confirm this in court. They also confirm, and they say to the legal team, they said, you have spoke to your client about the credit of an early guilty plea, which was confirmed, yes.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing the outcome of that one. I look forward to your coverage of it. I'm hoping
it'll be a good one.
I'm hoping in the new year to try and get back to doing some videos myself. I doubt very much I'm going to be anywhere near what I was doing, so I have to think of a way of doing it. I've got to redo my entire way of doing things because of this fatigue. I'm hoping to come back and start doing some videos in the new year. I miss it, and I know other people miss it as well. So yeah, hopefully I'll be back to it, and I can get you as my on-site reporter again to some of them that go.
Yeah, that's it, mate. If anything's happening anywhere near in my region, somewhere I can get to, that Marty is on the ground.
Brilliant.
Down in there. So I'll say thank you for the call. I'll say thank you to all the watchers and listeners, and I'll let someone else take a call.
No worries, my man. It's nice to hear from you. You look after yourself and that family. Have a good Christmas if I don't speak to you before.
You too, mate. Have a good Christmas, and to everyone else watching, have a brilliant Christmas as well. As always, as it comes from Marty B, as always, stay safe, peace, and respect. Goodbye, everyone.
Laters, Marty. Ta-ra, mate. Well, that was unexpected. That was unexpected. Nice to hear from Marty, Another line's free again. So, God, I'll tell you what, it is getting warm in here. I haven't even got the heating on, I don't think. Alan, how you doing? Scott, good evening. Tree Dude, good evening to you. Thanks for joining us. Have I missed anybody? Stepper, how you doing, my man? I don't think I've missed anybody else, but if I have, I apologise. McDonald's SIA goon has been homeless man splashed. So McDonald's security splashed a homeless guy with a dirty mop. Bastard. Good evening, Catherine from Bridgend. Thanks for joining us. Twice for no reason. What a filthy bastard. Clearly an assault. You know, no two ways about that. It's clearly an assault. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, Dan. I'm watching your stream for a while now. You know these ULEZ streams?
Yes.
Ultra low emission, ultraviolet streams?
Yeah.
Are they like infrared? It's just boil, Dan. Just being silly for a second.
The ULEZ cameras, I think they might have, because they've apparently,
anyway.
From what I've read, and I don't know a great deal about it, but from what I've read, they've got they can see really well in low light. Like the new cameras that check if you're wearing a seatbelt and all that kind of stuff. I believe that all the new cameras that are being used can see really well in low light conditions. So whether that means that they're infrared or night vision or whatever it is that they might use, I couldn't tell you, but there is a possibility.
All right, that's all I want to know. Thanks, Dan. Bye.
Sounds like Boily Boyle's been through a ULEZ zone at night time and wanting to find out if he's going to get a ticket. If you drive through a puddle and soak somebody these days, I believe that's classed as an assault. You know, so throwing water over somebody is, again, it's an assault. It doesn't have to be an assault that causes injury. An assault can merely be the threat of imminent injury. So if there's a threat of imminent injury, can be classed as assault. Actually throwing something at somebody, even if it's water, should be assault, and I think it probably is. But let's be fair. If it's a homeless guy, the police are very unlikely to do anything about it, unfortunately, because, the homeless people are just looked at like pieces of shit. Many of them fucking serve this country, which is absolutely shocking. Do you feel used? Hit and run. It was a bit by Boily there, wasn't it? A bit of a hit and run. Yeah, Bidded, I believe that something was changed. It wasn't recently, but I believe I seem to remember something got brought up about people getting soaked by a driver going through. That maybe it made it more of a serious offence or something. I cannot remember off the top of my head, and I'd have to look it up. But but there is definitely something that I can remember that made a big deal, possibly 10 years ago, maybe. And they made a big deal about it, more so than they did before. Rex, are you still there? You said something about something happening in New York. Can you give me any info on that at all? Oh, I'm not saying it's not fun, Roger, driving through puddles. I'm not saying it's not fun at all. June, I think you're absolutely right there. $110 people not done a thumbs up. Yeah, come on, guys. Give us a thumbs up. Give us a like. Even if you don't like me, I don't do this for me. I don't get anything out of this you know, I mean, sometimes I do. Don't take that the wrong way. I've made some great friends out of this, but I do these live streams because it gives people somewhere to come, and people, I think, enjoy coming here for, you know, a bit of fun, some, you know, some information, some education sometimes. But if you don't like me, at least give us a thumbs up for trying to help other people. How you doing, Ringo? Tapper. Yeah, Tapper. I mean, I know that it is an offence. I was saying earlier. I know it's an offence. It's just that there was something that happened some time ago. It was 10 years, maybe more than that. I can't remember when. There was something else that happened that made it that, if I remember rightly, seemed to make it more of an offence, if you like. You know, whether that, excuse me. I mean, granted, you know, you could get done for careless, inconsiderate driving, for example, but I'm pretty sure that they also changed it. And again, I might be wrong. I'd need to look this up. I'm pretty sure they also changed it to an assault. Just going back to this, what somebody was talking about earlier with a security guard throwing mop bucket water over a homeless guy, which, in my opinion, is an assault, just like driving through a puddle. If that is, then that's what I was talking about. But yeah, it's always been an offence, but there was just something that made it more serious, if my mind's working correctly. Oh, I think I've got a nose hair that's curling because it's digging into my nostril and it's tickling. Not good. I might have to go and pull that fucker out when I go on my break. I bet you didn't think that one was going to go on the screen, did you, Sean? So numbers there: 01515289590. Give us a bell, give us a ring. No point in texting because I won't get the text, although you can message on Skype. But if you do message on Skype because you want to ask a question, but you don't want to ask it publicly, then just type anonymous and then your question. And even though I'll see your number because it comes up on Skype, and I potentially might see your Skype name, if you type anonymous and then your message, I will read it as anonymous and I won't mention who you are. God, it's a quiet night tonight, isn't it? Should we have a game later? Should we have a game? Still got these. Could have a game. I've got these as well, but that's for a completely different type of game. Good evening.
Dan, how you doing, son? I thought I'd give you a quick little phone call before I hit the sack.
Hello, Scott.
How you doing, all right, mate?
Yeah, you sounding cheery.
Oh, you got to be cheery these days, haven't you, my little brothers and sisters? You know, you got to be cheery, ain't you? We're winning, ain't we, Dan? We're winning.
Yeah, we've got, yeah.
Slowly, we really are.
But slowly but surely.
Oh, we are. We are. We're winning spiritually. You know, I'm very spiritual. We're winning spiritually. We're coming together now, aren't we, as a divine, righteous and driven humanity, which is what we should be. We're sort of knocking it out of the ballpark a little bit here. I'm seeing the mighty, or what they thought were mighty, falling like dominoes. Police, the inquiry, everybody's waking up. Everybody's seeing this, what this is. Everybody's switched on like an electricity pylon, where nobody's fools anymore, Dan, my good brother. And the end times are here. And the end times are happening, my brothers and sisters in the side chat. And we are marching forward soulfully, and we are back home in heaven, and we won't be backsliding. And when the gates shut on the 16th of December, those that make it home will be staying home, and those that don't better hope and pray they get home with their free will that they was blessed to have. Because we're not tolerating it no more here, Dan. Too many brothers and sisters have gone through a living hell on earth. They've had their lifetimes from the earthly world and realm that I was blessed to be born on absolutely ruined and sabotaged. The fallen have let us down, and as equally as important, they've let themselves down. I can't be here as the powerless angel to hold their hand and take them to the watering hole. They don't want to drink the water after the 16th.
Yeah.
They won't be drinking it. Because if you keep the gates open for too much longer, we run the risk of the brothers and sisters that have soulfully made it home backsliding down. So as much as we want to get brothers and sisters home, we run the risk of them backsliding out. So I'm letting you all know, whether you take it as gospel or not, that these spiritual world things are happening and that the universe runs parallel with ours. And this is not forever here, and we are forever back home. So I am Chipper Dipper, Captain Dipper. And I'm chipper because we've got the V for victory, and it has been a very, very, very long fight for all of us, not just me, all of us, Dan. You've all struggled. Your airline struggled, Dan. We've all...
It has and all, mate, yeah.
We have all, in our little poor Ollie, my little sister Ollie, and my father, Jesus bless her, with a bit of well health. We've all been, unfortunately, targeted. The index finger has been pointing from the devil's fallen lot. He's taken an hiding, the devil, an absolute hiding off of me spiritually, which I told you all about weeks ago, I should say. We are now the, heaven's in the back of my Cadillac, a hot chocolate song that I was guided to yesterday. Well, I've never heard it before, but let me tell you, it's got a Top Gear turnout. Richard Hammond's extended that Cadillac, and there's plenty of room for everyone to get in. So get on in the Cadillac, because it's homeward bound to heaven, boys and girls. Let me tell you now. And there ain't no looking back.
I can't say that's a song I've heard of.
Yeah, I've never, ever heard of it before, ever. Heaven is in the back of my Cadillac, and I was guided to it spiritually yesterday. And I was laughing with Father Jesus, and I can tell you now, I've got no shame or embarrassment in talking like this whatsoever. But he was beaming like a Cheshire cat, Father Jesus. And I went, we've done it, Dad, haven't we? We've got over the line. And we've got over the line. You know, and there is a God, and there is a Father Jesus, and there is a heavenly family ever growing, ever loving, that is awaiting our return. And now they're not as anxious. And now they're not as on edge. And now, you know, the smiles are breaking out. There's a few cheeky smiles coming out, and it's not too much longer a push, and we've just got a few more days to go. So I'm feeling great. Spiritually, I'm feeling great. In my human being, I'm feeling great. I am very tired. My friend Joanne, I love Joanne to bits and pieces, just rang me. She woke me up, didn't realise I was asleep, but I'm pleased she did, because I've had a couple of hot chocolate. You know, I've had a couple of cheeky digestive biscuits, Dan. And, you know, we're winning, Dan. And we're winning in our human form as well now. People are toppling like dominoes, bruv. They're toppling like, Dan, you've just stepped up with the golden ball, mate. And I'm not talking Jasper Carrot's golden balls. I'm talking you've stepped up with a, you know, we're bowling them over, we just, every time they try and prop themselves back up again, we throw another cannon at them. We fire off another weapon of mass destruction, mate. You cannot stand against the greatest. Don't mess with the best, because the best don't mess. And Scott, we ain't messing with that
Scott,
no more.
You know, that's what we do. It's what we like to do on these live streams. You know, when people have... when people are in that situation where they feel like they've lost and they feel ready to give up, right? And they call in or they message in, and we try and give them that. We try and give them that, you know, fire that cannonball, so to speak, at them to shake them up, to say, look, you know, realize that this isn't going to last. What you're feeling isn't going to last. It's something that will pass. As hard as it is to believe at the time, and we have to keep fighting. We have to keep pushing forward. And eventually we'll push through that darkness, so to speak. and see the light on the other side.
You're exactly right, my good brother Dan, because let me tell you something now. These last 5 years, we've been under an excessively bad and horrifically evil spiritual attack. It was 100%, and I promise every one of you, been going on and happening. But not only has your channel been an absolute blessing to God's world and God's realm, and a blessing to the brothers and sisters, Dan, it's pulled us all together in dark times, as you quite rightly said. It's pulled us into the light where some of us couldn't find our way. Along the way, we bumped into a few auditors. Marty's been on today, bless him. I like Marty, yes. Good stuff. Yardley, all the brothers that I watch from afar doing God's work and Father Jesus' work, getting out there, showing me, showing you, showing us all that the world is at a very nice place for these false positions of power. So much love to every single brother and sister auditor out there that's been working for Father Jesus and their self in their humane way and their spiritual way. But bear in mind, there's two of you. There's you in your human form, there's you in your soulful form. So while you're doing brilliant work, my auditor brothers, in your human form, you're marching forward soulfully. All right? Same as Dan. While he's doing the police abusing powers work and he's getting on in his earthly life and doing fantastic work, he's marching forward soulfully in his Dan form as a soul. And likewise Ollie, and likewise Danny, and likewise Angela, and the list goes on and on and on. That's why the saying is, be the best version of yourself while you walk the earthly world and realm of God, which is your vessel. Your human body is your vessel. So if your vessel is for your human body protects your soul, doesn't it? So if you're being the best version of you, then you're going to be marching naturally with pride, honour, valour, dignity, respect, empathy, compassion and love forward into heaven. And that's where we want you to stay. And I'm telling you something now, we've got a lot of you on. So keep staying there. It ain't over yet. The gates are still open, but keep staying there. Keep doing the best versions of you as you can as you walk God's world and realm. Be mindful of others. Be respectful of others. Be helpful to others. Some don't see the light that we try and shine down on them. Dan, Holly, many brothers and sisters in the chat there. They don't see. They're in the darkness and they don't see and they don't want to see. There's still a chance to save them. And if we can't, we can go home to heaven when we do go home and we can say we've done our best. All right. So, but I want to thank this channel. It's not only helped me as my human form of Scott Andrew Horn. It's helped many, many other brothers and sisters down from probably taking their life, from feeling lonely, from feeling vulnerable, from feeling lost. They've had a community because of you, Dan. And you take a bow. You should be very proud of what you've done, Dan. And I mean every word of that. And so should the brothers and the sisters in the side chat. And so should the brothers and sisters that may or may not be listening in that do the auditing. And YouTube as well, to allow this to have taken place these last few years, to give you the platform, Dan, to reach out to us from afar. You know, who knows, if I didn't have you guys here when I live alone, you know, I have my faith in Father Jesus. I have very spiritual, strong visions with him. I have walks in heaven with him, and that's gospel truth on my soul. But you also need the human interaction. Whether it's from an earthly friend up the community that I've got good friendships with, whether it's an earthly friend of 15, 30 years, or whether it's a friendship over the YouTube community that I've got. You need that love, that hello, Scotty, that love you, Scott, that Ollie always says, and you need that. So thank you, Dan, and take a bow. And yeah, we've won. We're not winning, we've won. So I'm buzzing, mate. I'm buzzing, and it's a beautiful buzz. It's a natural buzz. It's not a substance buzz. It's not a drink buzz. I've had a kebab. I've had a can of Coke. I've had a cup of hot chocolate, and I am feeling fire. Fire in the rain, like Adele said. Fire in the rain, baby. You can't touch us. Sit down, get in your lane, stay in your lane, devil, for I knock the living shit out of you again.
And I'm going to say something to you, Scott. Just remember this. Next time you think to yourself, I need a drink, think to yourself, how buzzing you are right now, and you've not had one.
No, I haven't. And this is the thing that there's work of the evil forces, isn't it, Dan? I mean, what happened and what was happening again recently, I was doing so terrifically well. I had a little fall down a few weeks ago, but then you're under attack. The devil can see you're doing good work. He can see you're winning. He knows my name's in the book of life, and he knows exactly who I am. So I fell down, and I fell down hard again. I was like, oh, I've got to get back up again, Father Jesus, please, Dad, give me the strength to get back up. And Dad's never too far away, Father Jesus and Granddad God. And up I got again. As I said to my friend Joan, I said, I'm getting up for everyone. I'm getting up for everyone, I bellowed. And I pulled my shattered body down. And I am no liar, as you brothers and sisters know. I tell it how it is. And if you don't like it, I couldn't give a shit. Yeah? But I swear to Almighty God above, our heavenly God, I got my door handle and I could hardly move. My legs were hurting, my arms were hurting. I felt like I'd been in a fight. My whole body was in agony, man.
Yeah.
And I grabbed my door handle of my bedroom door, Dan, and I said, Father G, because Father G said, get up for me, son. And I said, Dad, I'm getting up for everyone. And I grabbed my door handle and I yanked myself up and I got up for everyone. And that was another tick in the box and another victory for my brothers and sisterhood that walk the world and realm with God. And every time I've got knocked down, and every time people finger pointed at me, and every time, Dan, that I have done what we all do, or most of us do, turn to a bottle of drink as a way of a coping mechanism. This time, I've had the last laugh, haven't I? Because I've had a lot of chocolate.
Yeah.
I've had a digestive biscuit, Dan. Yeah, I've had a cheeky kebab and a can of Coke, and look at me, I'm on here, bouncing like Jeopardy, tired, but I'm more in the best buzz I've ever been in. I mean, we've won. We've won, Dan. And I ain't no lie, we've won. So we have defeated all of the dark side. We have defeated all of the minions. We have defeated all of the ones that wanted us to fall over and commit suicide. We've defeated all of that self-harming I've got under control at the moment. Everything's, going well. We've had the kitchen sink touched at not just me, but all of us have had diversity and upset and absolute, mania, really, in a way, with our coping mechanisms, with lockdown, with the way that we were pretty much raped and bent over and told the way we had to live our lives. Well, I'm sorry, Father Jesus didn't go on the cross and sacrifice his wonderful human self with a selfless act for us to be told that we're going to be stuck indoors like prisoners, and then we're going to can't do this and we can't do that and we can't go here and we can't go there. But, Boris the Boss Windross is bouncing around like Zeppelin from the Magic Roundabout having cheese and biscuit parties. Yeah. And, but hang on a minute. I don't remember putting a fucking Christmas hat on when it was cheese and biscuits around my flat. So, can you imagine if you rang up your pals and went, hello everyone, fancy some Jacob's crackers with a slice of cheddar cheese? Oh, by the way, you've got to put your Christmas hats on at the cracker. We've absolutely been raped by these people. They've been taking the absolute piss out of us for many, many years. But thankfully, so many brothers and sisters are so switched on now that it'll be a cold day in hell that their lights never go out. We're marching, mate. We're not only like ready, when you had like the porridge advert and you was glowing, we're not only glowing like ready Breck, we are absolutely illuminated, Dan. And these people that have fallen, they are shit scared of us, mate. They are shit scared and they are folding like origami. We've pushed over one domino and they've all started tumbling. So I love you all. I'm very, very proud of every single one of you, brothers and sisters of mine, sons and daughters of Father Jesus, grandchildren of Granddad God, and Nanny Mary and everyone in heaven. It's absolutely cock-a-roop what we've achieved here. And when I say cock-a-roop, I do mean I wish you could see what I'm blessed to see with the visions that I'm blessed to have from my walk in heaven. But I will let you know that they are ecstatic at what we've done. I mean, the parties that have been going off in heaven, the whoop, whoop, whooping, Dan. Like, when we're all going to be a part of that, it is going to be, to coin our brother Conor McGregor that I love, it is a red panty night when you take on the on. When you take on the on does win, and he wins for him, and he wins for everyone, and you're busting out the red panties. I said it to Evan, I made them laugh. I love my sense of humour when it's a red panty night, isn't it? It's red panty night.
Well,
so
Scott,
I'm
let me just say, you said you're proud of people, right? So I just want to say that personally, I'm proud of you for being buzzing tonight without having a need for a drink, and you've had your hot chocolate and whatnot, and that's really, really good. And I'm pleased and I'm proud of you for doing that.
Oh, Dan, bless you. Thank you, my brother. And even my earthly friends that I think, you know, at least, I mean, everyone's seen the little fight back from me now. They was worried about me. They know I'm spiritual, and they know I'm very spiritual, especially my friend Christopher. He's known me 30 odd years, but they know what I've been through. I think you guys, even just knowing me from over the phone, you know, I just tell beautiful truths, and that's it. You can either absorb it like a sponge, absorb water, or you can't. You know, and it's entirely up to you whether you absorb it or you don't absorb it. I will continue doing what I've done for many, many years of my earthly life as Scott Andrew Hon. I'm not sinful. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes just like everybody else does. But one thing I will hold my head up high about is know that when I make a mistake, I can quickly admit to it and correct it. And I can strive forward morally and soulfully. And that's why I hope that we can all take lessons from me and many others, and keep on driving forward. I really do. Because the brothers and sisters here in the side chat, that especially Holly that looks out for me, and Danny and you've got me through, and I've said it to you before, you guys got me through some awfully very, very low times where I'm not an actor. I'm a truthful human being. And when I broke down in tears, it was genuine. When I broke down in tears on the live feed a couple of years ago, I think it was, Dan. And I never thought that I was going to get through that. You know, I never, ever. And also what really made me feel that there was still a chance for God's world and realm was the humanity that was shown to me from you tremendous brothers and sisters that I'd never physically met. You know, and I thought, you know what, God, you know what, Daddy Jesus, there's a chance here. Look at the love. Look at the empathy from Dan and Holly. Look at the love from everyone there. You know, and it really did. It made me cry in a different way. I felt like the brotherhood, the sisterhood coming in from afar. So you guys have take a bow as well, because I attempted my life and I'm religious and you shouldn't do that. So what you've done for me, Dan, and Mickey as well. Mickey, I've just seen you flag up. I am watching the things as I'm talking. You guys have, I'd be here all night if I was thanking each and every one of you individually, but you know who you are. And you brothers and sisters know what you've done for me. You've listened to all sorts of topics of conversation. You've never ridiculed me or laughed at my faith in Father Jesus like some have, or ridiculed my love for Grandad God, Nanny May. You've never, ever been heavy on me like that. You've allowed me to speak open and candid and freely. I've never been too much. I don't believe I have anyway. I've always kept it within a simmering pot. But
I'll be honest, Scott, I'll be honest. Sometimes sometimes you can be a bit OTT. I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah. Sometimes you can be. But for me personally, right, and I've said this to you, and I've said this on live stream many, many times. I'm not a believer, okay? But it doesn't mean that I should ridicule other people for not believing, for being a believer. Sorry. So I respect you. I respect that you've got faith, and I wish that I had something to have some faith in like that, but I don't. You know what I mean? So until that happens to me, all I can do is try and respect people for their beliefs, and and live my life, and whatever happens in my life happens. But I'm not going to sit here and ridicule somebody for being a staunch believer in God. As I say, I think it's good to have that kind of a faith in something and that kind of a belief in something. You know, some people have that belief in themselves. Some people have that belief in God. I don't have that belief. Do you know what I mean? But I certainly wouldn't ridicule somebody.
You're a bit of an atheist, Dan, with that situation, and not so in tune with it as I have always been. But I mean, I can hand on my heart promise you, if you met my friend Ed Vouts from me, from the Earthly World and Realm of God, but I can promise you, and I promise you, and I mean every word of this, heaven's real. And Father Jesus is real. I walked there 5 years ago, I believe it was, on a near-death experience. It is really, really real. So I was always religious and in love with Father Jesus and Grandad God anyway. But that, what they call a near-death experience that happened here, the NDE, that for me, brothers and sisters and Dan, that really cemented it with me. It was like a real cement of, wow, I believed. thanks for the, I'd like to coin the, we'll have a little joke, this, the affirmation, to coin the affirmation that I wasn't looking for, but I was given. I was given an affirmation of there is another world and a realm. Don't just think it and believe in it. It's got you now walked in it. And I walked in it and walked hand in hand with Father Jesus. And he is an amazing being. And I can't wait for you all to, especially you, Dan. When I'm there with you, I'll have great delight in tapping Ollie and going, oi, Ollie with a booby, look, see Dan, he never believed all this, did he? Do you remember? And see your moderator will go, yeah, Scott, I remember he never believed, and I didn't really, but look, we're all here. So I'll remind you of that on D-Day when we're back home, a pair of Polka Rodneys.
Listen, I don't think, well, Holly's definitely not going up there, and I think I'm on the verge of, I'm on the edge at the moment, I think. One false move and I'm taking the plunge, mate. I'm not going anywhere.
Someone said to me, and there's someone that I helped in the community called Mark. He had no electric, he had no heating, and he had no hot water. So I won't say too much of his life in case he doesn't want me to say it. But I basically helped him out and got him sorted out. And he said an amazing comment to me. So I said to him, "Do you mind if I use this?" And he said, "Well, no, because he's religious and that's how we bonded and." He's prophetic and I'm prophetic as well, very spiritual like him. So he said to me, it's not, he said, when we're back home in heaven, Scott, and he said, and some of them don't make it, because they don't appreciate what you're doing. He said, it won't be for what they've done why they won't make it, it'll be for what they've not done. Do you understand that? And I got what he meant straight away. So you could commit a heinous crime, but you have a right to put it right, don't you? You could commit an act of treason, theft, but you have also a chance to put it right. So it isn't for what you've done, it's for what you don't do. If you've not shown any humanity, which is something you have shown, Dan, that's what scores you a lot of points back. See, crimes against humanity is the worst crime you will ever commit. How can you honestly, Dan, sit here as I look at you on the screen and say that you've been a crime against humanity for the last 5 years or however long you've done this channel? Because you haven't. Because you're showing humanity, aren't you, by opening up your life to let us in, to show a way forward when we're in the dark, some of us, and we don't know where to reach out to. So let me assure you, crimes against humanity is the worst crime in the heavenly eyes. So you've not committed crimes against humanity. Look at the brothers and sisters you may possibly have stopped doing something quite hurtful to themselves, Dan, just because you're on there with Holly and the rest of the brother and sister in the side chat here, and they've got someone to talk to them. They could be seen indoors on their own, suicidal. They switch on the old Sunday night tablet. Who's there? Oh, Dan, with the old Swedensville, and the brothers and the sisters. And this, out of all of the platforms for me personally, and all of the live shows that are done, this is, along with Society X, is one of the best, if not the best, for me personally. And I think you deserve a lot more subscribers, Dan. And I think you deserve a massive, massive round of applause and a pat on the back. I think you deserve a Katie Winslet up in the air spinning round Titanic turnout.
Listen, Scott, I'm going to have to be inhumane now, and I'm going to have to wrap this up because I know that there's a few people that have been trying to call through. I'm really glad that you're in a good mood tonight. I'm glad that you've not had a drink tonight. That's really fucking good, and I'm pleased and proud of you. Just keep remembering. Just keep remembering tonight. If you get to a situation where you think you need a drink, remember back to this night and think, actually, no, I don't. I just need a couple of hot chocolates and a fucking kebab. I'll be all right. Yeah,
and I promise you, brother, that I've done it now. I've got over that. It's been a very hard battle for me, but I promise you, I'm over that. It's coming to the end now, and I've been told, and I know what I hear is correct, and it is coming to the end. I've got another week of this to go. There'll be no more pulling down. I mean, I deserve some sort of quality in my earthly lifetime, which I've not had for many, many years. I've sacrificed myself humanely. I've spread myself very thinly to help the brotherhood and the sister out, because we're not here forever. We're in heaven forever. So I'd rather spread myself thinly here. And the saying from Melissa Camp, God rest her soul, give her a cuddle, Father Jesus, amen. From that wonderful lady that passed over, if you save one, you've done your job. And I'll let you know now if something made a noise in the kitchen as I said that. I've saved more than one. And I know that for a fact on Father Jesus' name. So that's all of our jobs here, innit? Just be kind, be empathetic, be morally correct. Take time for yourself, because it all does get too much sometimes, and then we do make poor choices. We turn to a 3 barrels, or we turn to a bottle of Glens, or perhaps it's 20 cigarettes, or perhaps it's substance abuse. If we don't stop sometimes to take accountability for we're tiring out and we need a rest, that's when we're liable to make poor choices. So mind how you go, be good, be the best versions of yourself. And if you feel yourself getting a bit stretched and a little bit stretched to the rafters, just say to the relevant person in question, I'll help you, but not yet. I need to take 5 minutes for myself. All right, brothers and sisters?
All right, my man.
Love you all. Love all you side chat brothers and sisters. And once again, Dan, thank you for giving me the platform to talk. And I can't put it into words how grateful and thankful I am of all you family members of mine. And if I don't see you in the earthly lifetime, I'll see you back home in heaven, because that's where we're going. Right, amen.
You look after yourself.
Dan.
Ta-ra, mate.
I love you all. Cut off, pal.
See you. Ta-ra, mate.
Ta-ra, mate.
Again, I'm surprised I have to keep saying this. 1 second. Hello.
I love you all. Cut off, pal.
Hello, Pat.
Hello, who's that?
Hello, Pat. It's come on.
Oh, is
Think
that the
about
Rev?
Nut Maiden.
That's not the Rev.
No, it's not the bleeding Rev.
How you doing?
It's the Rock Dog. Yeah, I've been absent for a while for a reason.
Just give me 1 second, Graham. I just want to say.
Yeah, sure.
People
I've turned my telly down for a reason.
No worries. I just want to say that I get that there are lots of people that are not religious. I'm not religious in the slightest. Okay, I might say, "Oh God," when something fucking pisses me off, but I do not believe. Okay, myself. Scott does. Other people do. And the unfortunate problem that we have, okay, in society is that we are all too quick to moan and jump on somebody for their beliefs because we don't agree with them. I mean, yeah, granted, some beliefs are completely ridiculous and they're going to affect us, okay? But believing in God isn't going to affect us or our lives, you know? So for us for people to turn around and joke or take the piss or things like that, I think is fucking disrespectful, to be quite honest with you. And it is, all that does is it fuels divide between people. Okay. And that is one thing that we've got to stop doing. This divide that is being pushed upon us, we have to stop that. Okay. We are the only people that can stop it by changing the way that we react to other people. So if somebody's doing something that is directly going to affect us, then fine, you've got to fight back. But if somebody believes in God and they get comfort from that, then we shouldn't take the piss and we shouldn't knock them for it. Okay, so I just want to put that out there to the people in the chat, because I saw a couple of comments in there that made me go, "Oh, that was a bit naughty." So anyway, Graham, back to you, my friend.
That's all. I retained the right to remain silent while you were making that important statement, Dan, out of respect.
Thank you very much.
Because whether we agree or disagree with Scott, his opinion is valid. Now, I'm not saying whether I'm religious or atheist. Yes, I used to have religion, but I chose to walk away from it for a reason many, many years ago, for reasons that I don't need to go into. So the closest I'm going to get to the Christmas spirit these days, apart from breaking open a bottle of scotch, is watching or rewatching The Ghost of Past, Present and Christmas Future. But that's not me taking the piss out of Scott. It's taking the piss with him, not at him, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Sorry, Graham, 1 second again.
Yeah, sure. I'll wait.
Kev, you're absolutely right. Religion has and does start many wars. But my point is, Scott isn't going to start a war by being on here telling me that he feels good today and that he's in a good place. Whereas sometimes he's phoned in and he's been in despair. And the fact that he's come on and he's in a good place and he's happy and he's buzzing, whether that is because of God or whether that's because of his own doing or whatever it might be, whatever he believes, okay, as he's on here, it's not going to cause any problems apart from going to make him feel good and not do anything silly, shall we say. Right? We've all been there. We've all been in a situation where we thought, fuck it, life ain't worth going on. Well, Scott's been in that position, and he's not in that position today. And him talking about how God is affecting him is not telling us that we have to believe, and we're all smitten if we don't believe, and he's going to smite us and set and set Allah on us and all that shit. Right? He's not doing that. He's just telling us how he feels, and that's a good thing, especially if you've heard him on here in the past when he's been in dire need of something to believe in and somebody to talk to. So please, let's just keep things into context, right? Thank you. I'm sorry again, Graham.
That's okay. That's fair play, Dan. Again, it had to be said, and I fully concur with that. So even though I was sort of taking the piss, I wasn't taking the piss. Because tolerance is key. Tolerance is key. Now, I was going to phone in and have a moan about the PIP situation and the DWP, but because my case is now, actually being re-looked at, I'm going to move on from that and not jeopardise where I'm at, because there's far more important stuff going on in the world. And yes, it is great that Scott is in a good place tonight. Fantastic. Great to hear from the Blaggers earlier. He was getting slagged off earlier. He was getting slagged off on his channel earlier. He was getting slagged off on his channel earlier on the public chat. And to be fair, he's seen and hearted a response that I made along the lines of, well, look, just because he's got the buy me a coffee link, well, don't a lot of YouTubers? Well, nobody's forcing him to buy him a coffee. Yeah, exactly. That's a purely voluntary thing. And completely different. At the end of the day, like yourself, what little money you earn off YouTube ain't a lot. And there's one thing I will disagree with, Scott. Even though the platform might have opened us up to people, it's the censorship where comments and bits and bats get deleted left, right and centre. Yeah. So although the platform has opened up doors, even what I will call a fart prank channel, that's been shut down repeatedly. Sons of Arkham. Right. I mentioned that specifically because I saw a post earlier where yet another one of his uploads got shut down earlier. Whether it's because he had the brown stain on his shorts or but no, there's other fart prank content out there and they seem to be doing all right. So why are they trying to shut people down? Is it because we're not allowed to laugh and joke in life? Are we not supposed to have a sense of humour? No, they don't want us to. Listen, do you know what? I watched a film the other night. It was a really shit film. I've got to be honest. It was on Prime, and I was just bored out of my head. And you know when you're going through Prime or Netflix and you think to yourself, seen it, that looks shit, seen it. To be fair, I don't subscribe to anything other than things that are free. Right. Okay. Well, most people will understand this. You sit there for an hour, searching through all of the stuff that's on there, and it's you've either seen it or it looks shit, right? And I just thought, oh bollocks. Sure. And it landed on a film, and I pressed play, and it was playing in the background while I was messing about with my phone, and it was weird. It was about how somebody was how the Antichrist was trying to create this one world government, and how they created an app, like one app to control everybody and all this kind of stuff. And it was really weird. And I'm sitting there watching it. I'm thinking, fuck me. This is exactly what's been going on. It sounds a little bit like where we're at today, doesn't it? Yeah. And I was thinking, fuck me, this sounds exactly like what we've been through. I'll have to try and remember the name. People, I will share the name, but it is a shit film. And it's got some shit actors in it, so I'll put that out there. But the premise of the story, for me, apart from the religious bit, but the premise of the story is it's fucking uncanny what we've been through. It really, really is. Everything that was in it is what's basically been going on. But what this was about, rather than a pandemic, this was what they called it the vanishing. Okay. Where like half of I've vaguely heard of that film. Where half of the world's population just disappeared. It was a bit like Marvel where Thanos clicks his fingers. Half of the world's population disappeared, and what they've done is they capitalized on that, and then they started lying about more people vanishing. Right, no proof of it happening because it always happened to people that
that nobody seems to know. You know, it's like with COVID. A lot of people said, "Do you know anybody that died?" And granted, some people know people that died, and they believe it was with COVID. But with COVID, lots of people said to other people, "Do you know someone who's died with it or that's got it?" And they were like, "No." And that's what happened to many people. You're like, "No, I've got no idea." It's thousands of people are dying, but I don't know anybody that's had it or got it or died from it. And this is
well, hang on. Were you diagnosed as dying with COVID, even if you fell down a ladder and broke your fucking neck?
Well, yes, yeah. But again, lots of people.
So manipulation, the mainstream media narrative, bollocks to it.
Manipulation of data. And what this film, what I was watching, was doing is the UN were getting all of their data from one company, and it was the person who ran this company who then took over as Director General of the United Nations for this one world government stuff. It's really weird. It is really weird. I'll see if I can remember the name of it. I'll see if I can go through Prime and find the name of it, and I'll post it in my community tab somewhere.
However, it's not a million miles away from the narrative.
No,
from us conspiracy theorists, us bloody Nazi right wingers with our steel cap boots and bloody Nazi salutes.
Yeah,
not right wing, just right thinking.
It was a really weird, really
too many parallels.
Respect. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's the one. Yeah. So anyway, sorry about.
Anyway, that's not the main reason I phoned in. I'm trying to remember why I phoned in now. Oh, apart from obviously, shout out to Marty for his donation and Mickey Mouse for his 20 quid earlier. Big up, respect. Oh, I think someone called Stuart B was asking me to come on earlier, and I've seen him in the comments earlier, so shout out to him. Right, now why the fuck did I phone in, apart from an hour? Oh yeah, it's what we do with supermarkets and the alleged, this and that, I want to search your bags, blah, blah, blah. Well, hang on a minute. A customer, unless I'm mistaken, has the absolute right to refuse to be searched unless it happens to be in the presence of plod. Right or wrong? That's one thing.
Yeah, I think the only people that can search you are police. I don't believe security are allowed to search you.
But there are a number of supermarket chains that seem to have some sort of a directive from above. But isn't it funny that all of these supermarkets have a lot of self-service checkouts? Well, do you know what? I wouldn't use a self-service checkout on principle. And I've got a little bit of inside information, which I'm going to relay without naming a specific chain or location, other than to suggest perhaps that the unofficial motto above their door is Arbeit macht frei.
Oh, what?
Arbeit macht frei.
I've no idea what you're talking about.
Well, you saw that above most concentration camps, didn't you?
Oh, right.
So I'm suggesting it might not be a German supermarket chain that's involved here, but they're not the only ones. You've got Morrison's and Tesco's and God knows others. And I've seen a lot of coverage on a lot of other YouTube channels, such as Andy the Gabby Cabby, and earlier tonight, Optical Turnkey, respect to him. Marty knows about him. He's sound, yeah. Unless they've got reasonable suspicion, then they should not be specifically asking it to search your bags. But it seems to be head office directives from a number of supermarket chains.
I'll tell you what I'll do.
But how can one member of staff supervise 4 to 6 self-service checkout? They can't.
What I'll do.
This is why I would always go through the fucking till.
I'll look into.
Am I making any sense here, or do you want me to slow down?
Yeah. No. You're making sense, but I will look into this a bit more. But I'm pretty sure that, excuse me, and if they have to have either see you or have a reasonable belief that you've lifted something first of all in order to stop you, right? Or the alarm goes off or something like that. That's fine, right? Then if they can ask you to check you, I think that they'll say, can you empty your pockets? Can you empty the bag? I don't believe that they're allowed to go through your bag or your belongings themselves. I think.
Well, I've seen footage where staff have done so, and then earlier, the woman concerned in Tesco's, whatever location it was, the member of staff tried to snatch the phone off her for trying to record that interaction.
Okay.
Now that in itself is assault, isn't it?
Yeah. But no, so
there's so many things wrong with their policies. Yes,
I'm pretty sure, as I say, I'm pretty sure that they can ask to look in your stuff, and you have every right to refuse. They are not allowed then to forcibly take things from you and go through your belongings. It might be different with the shopping, even though you've paid for it. It might be different. I'd have to look into it properly, or maybe speak to somebody.
But then what happens if the damn thing doesn't print out a receipt, which has been known?
Then it would be recorded on the till anyway. So if you've got no receipt, if it hasn't printed a receipt out, and you go to walk out the shop, you just say to them, go and check that fucking machine, go and check the computer, and it will tell you that I've just put this shit through. Simple as. Right?
But I'm going to take it one step further, Dan. I'm going to take this one step further.
Go on.
Even though it's not officially announced, there's a lot of issues on the software through Google and Apple Pay. Now, a debit or credit card might be one thing, but even those that go through the till and use their mobile phone app, it might come up as paid. 20 minutes later, it bounces back.
Right.
And then who's liable?
That's an interesting question. That's an interesting question. You
because the customer genuinely believes they've paid. The staff assistant, through the till or otherwise, genuinely believes it's been paid.
Yeah. So I would suggest
there's so many things wrong with software at the moment. It's a clusterfuck. Yeah.
I'd suggest the pay processor would be liable for that, but again, it's not something that I would normally cover, so it's not something that I've looked into. So I can only go on sort of common sense, sure. How I've learned to think.
However, it was worth raising because anyone that's in the know with IT and bits and bats, they'll have an idea. So it's all sort of interrelated, yeah?
Yeah.
All interrelated.
Security, as I say, security can't put their hands on you to search you, right? That I know, right? If you refuse to be searched, all they can do is try and hold you until the police arrive. But again, they can.
That's assuming the police even arrive because they might not. You could be waiting an hour. Well, fuck that. If I want a cigarette, I'm going out for a cigarette. End of.
They can use, I believe they can use reasonable force. Okay. If you try and leave and they suspect you've stolen, because you could be in the process of committing a crime. So they can use reasonable force. That would be simply grabbing your arm and stopping you from running away, but obviously not tackling you to the floor. I don't think that's reasonable.
Sure.
But the majority of people obviously would, if they haven't stolen anything, would stay and wait for the police. In fact, I would recommend if security ever asks you to check your stuff, say no, you're not checking it. Call the police and waste their time.
Yeah, exactly.
Waste the store's time. Say fine, fucking do it. I know not everybody's got the time themselves.
And in the meantime, look on his CCTV, isn't it? It's one of them.
So, yeah, it's something. It's not something I've looked into before, but it is something. It's interesting, and if that's an issue that's been happening, I mean, to be fair, people shouldn't be using their phone.
It's been going on for a wee while. And I'll be fair with you, Dan. There are a couple of other YouTube channels that have been sort of discussing it, but I thought I'd throw it into the mix for you, and obviously the PAP community, because there's a lot of like-minded people out there, and slowly but surely, it feels as though our rights are being eroded. Surely it was innocent and proven until proven guilty.
Well, it certainly was at one point, but things have changed.
Now I'm beginning to question everything. I mean, shit. You get six mob-handed filth with a big red key knocking down your door for mooning at a speed camera, for fuck's sakes. Yes, I think you might have covered that one.
Well, I think just to clarify something as well is I don't think people should be using their phones to pay for things anyway. That is enabling the government to go towards this digital currency.
Cashless society.
I mean, I will be honest. I do use my card on occasions because it is hard for me to get to the bank to get money. There's no bank near to me now; it's closed. So it's for me. I have to go right into the town to go to the bank to get cash out. So I'd need to use my card in order to go and get cash out. But then I use cash as much as I can after that. I take out what I think I'm going to need, and if I run out, then I have to use my card again. But you should use cash as often and in as many places as possible. And if they don't accept it, unless you're in a bind and you have to use your card, then I'd suggest you walk out and go somewhere else. But again,
I've been in a situation where there's been a software breakdown, and the early transactions that were accepted one night, believe it or not, because everything went down, was cash. And guess it was carrying cash? What?
Yeah.
That's why I draw out X amount at a time, and when I run low, bang, I'm back to the cash spot and I draw somewhere out. I don't use my debit or credit card or anything like that. In fact, I think the last time I used it was probably about 18 months ago, and that was simply because I was so ill that I had to get someone to give me a lift to go somewhere to pick up some bits, and that's about the only time I paid by card in 18 months. Otherwise, the rest of the time, damn straight, cash is king.
As I say, it's difficult for some people, and they have to use their card on occasion.
I know it is, pal.
Especially,
I know it is.
Especially for disabled people that have run out of cash and need to go and get cash. So, there are times
100%,
when you have to use card, and they do come in handy, and they are useful sometimes. But the majority of purchases, I think, should be made with cash to ensure that we keep it alive. We keep cash alive.
100%. 100%. I'm sure there was more I was going to discuss, but look, I think I've been on, I don't know how long, less time than Scott, but probably more than 10 minutes. So I think it's only fair that you take another call from someone else.
I don't even know how long you've been on, to be honest. It's not showing. Where's the button?
Hang on.
There it is. No, it's still not showing.
I can't even see the timer on my bloody phone now. Time ticks
20
on.
20 minutes. 20 minutes.
Oh my God. Where the fuck's the time gone? Shit. Right. I've overstayed his welcome.
No worries.
I have overstayed my welcome.
No issues.
Not that anyone's pulled me on it, but fair play. But there are other things that need to be discussed, but we'll have to do it privately sometime, Dan. I know that, a certain maiden has some information, and it's very detrimental to the police, but I don't want to go into specifics.
No worries. Well, listen, maybe
at least not on this stream, and at least not on this stream, and not in public. All right.
Well, maybe drop an email and CC Maiden into it or something, and we'll get a thread going on email. We'll have a chat.
That sounds reasonable. I will have a word at some point. I'm not going to obviously be contacting other people now because it's getting late, but that's great, Dan. Thanks for the open avenue. Big up respect to Roger, Stuart, and everyone else that's on here that I can't possibly keep up with comments and stuff. But yeah, respect Scott, respect Marty. Big up, yeah. I love yous all and leave you for now. Oh, and hang on, is it Lost Soul's birthday? Is it
Tomorrow.
Lost Soul's birthday?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Well, I know you've already done the song, but here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. And yes, I did say happy birthday to you, as opposed to happy birthday, but same meat, different gravy, whatever. Cool.
There you go.
I need to go back to karaoke.
There you go, Holly. You've got another song there. All right, Graham. Listen, I'll have to speak to you soon, mate. All right.
No dramas. All the best to everyone.
All right.
You take care. All right. I'm going to be logging off shortly, and peace, love, and respect.
No
all the best.
Ta-ra. Easy.
Ta-ra. Bye. Bye.
Hello.
Hello, pup. How are you, mate? It's Wheels.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad.
Sorry, didn't realise it was you.
Yeah. You know that live you did? Is that finished or are you still on it?
No, we're still on the live. Still going live.
Yeah, all right. Because I just saw a bloke talking about card payments, and
Yes.
you mentioned about disabled people.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet you there's something you've never thought of.
Well,
You know when you go through like self-service and forecourt petrol stations that have got them on pumps and stuff like that?
yes.
if you're in a wheelchair, it's difficult to get to the machine to be able to put your PIN number in or whatever.
Yeah, they are quite high, actually, now you come to mention it.
You know, if it's contactless, then, yeah, you can just lean up, tap your card on it, and sometimes it works, sometimes it don't.
Yeah.
But, I mean, especially on self-service and places like that, and a lot of the main tills now have started. I mean, I asked a member of staff, when was it? Oh, about a week and a half ago in Morrison's, if she could just lift the card machine down to me, and she said, "Oh no, it's stuck there." And I had to struggle because I was having a really bad day,
right?
And I had to struggle to get the card thing, to put the card in, to put the PIN number in, to be able to pay for something. So personally, I think cash is better sometimes.
Yeah, and I, to be honest, I never thought about those things. To be honest, I mean, I'm classed as disabled myself because of reasons.
Yeah, but there's different disabilities, Dan. Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course.
And you know,
this
everybody has different disabilities. I mean, just because someone's in a wheelchair doesn't mean that they can't walk at all.
Yeah,
which is one of the comments I get a lot. Well, you're in a wheelchair, you shouldn't be up and walking all the time. Well, I try and walk as much as I can to keep myself on my feet. Yeah,
but this is what I was getting to. I'm classed as disabled, but I've never sat and thought what it's like for somebody who's in a chair, for example, who perhaps can't get out of the chair. Whereas people in a chair would think about people that are mobile.
I'll tell you what, one day, me and you'll have to meet up, yeah? Right? I'll bring my scooter and my wheelchair together, right? Yeah? We'll meet up. You can have the day in the wheelchair, wheeling around in that, and see how it feels to you.
Should we have a race?
No, you wouldn't race me because the scooter's a lot quicker than the wheelchair. Scooter does a guaranteed 8 mile an hour for 35 miles.
Well, let's get on a hill with the wind behind me and we'll see how we go.
Well, you're in Liverpool, aren't you? So if you go down the Ford Hill, I've done that at 40 mile an hour over in Birkenhead. In a wheelchair, on 2 wheels.
Okay, no.
I got pulled over for speeding on Ford Hill because 30 mile an hour speed limit.
Blimey.
The copper tried to do me for it. I ended up in court, went to the court. The court said, "What was your car registration number?" I said, "I wasn't in the car." I said, "I was in this wheelchair that I'm in right now." And the judge just turned around and went, "What?" I went, "Yes." I said, "No speedometer," so I didn't know I was speeding. And he's like, "How did you get to 40 mile an hour in that?" I said, "I'm going downhill. 2 back wheels going downhill."
Didn't realise I was speeding. I had no reference because everything was a blur going past me.
Well, no, all I seen, there's a great big roundabout at the bottom of the Ford Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah. And all I was thinking about was, how bloody hell am I going to stop when I get to that roundabout?
Honest. I
had to drop it about 500 yards from the roundabout onto all 4 wheels and then just grab the back wheels and it just slid. And it slid and I just barely stopped before the roundabout.
Nice.
I was about 3 or 4 foot from going on to the actual roundabout itself. But there was no cars about or anything, so I weren't endangering anybody or anything, so I don't want anyone thinking that.
Well, I'm sure if you'd have, you got pulled by the old bill, I'm sure they'd have done you for something else other than speeding if you had.
They always try to do you for something you don't like yourself.
Oh, of course, yeah, of course. Find as many charges as they can in case the one that they've nicked you for doesn't stick.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I got pulled over on my mobility scooter for having an indicator light out. And I'm like on the pavement. I'm not even on the road at this point.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, I have got an indicator out. But this isn't like a car. I can't just go to a shop and buy a bulb for it.
Well, I thought
I have contact.
I thought that was mainly courtesy anyway. I didn't think that was something that was mandatory to have.
It is. It's not mandatory if you're on a 4 mile an hour mobility scooter.
Right. But
because mine is a class 3 and is a road going scooter.
Right. Okay.
I do have to have lights, indicators. I'm even on A roads, I'm supposed to have orange flashing lights.
Right.
As well.
Like a tractor.
Yeah.
Fair
Which
enough.
I
Well,
have
that
just bought. And
that makes sense. I mean, again, I wasn't thinking of riding them on the road. I very rarely see anybody riding those things in the road unless they're trying to get up onto a curb and they want to go to the next sort of drop curb.
oh, yeah, no, I love taking mine out on the road, especially my big red one. I barely have that on the path. I prefer that one on the roads. But my little blue one that I take everywhere with me, that I prefer on the pavements to the roads.
Yeah, right.
The red one's all enclosed, you see. Got doors, windows, everything on it.
Right.
But the blue one, it's kind of not as enclosed. People kind of tend to drive past you, but when they drive past you, whereas with a bike, they'll give you a bit of distance.
Yeah.
With me, they don't give you any distance at the side, and then they pull straight in front of you.
Right, got you.
I mean, I nearly hit one a couple of weeks ago because he pulled straight in front of me. If I hadn't pulled the emergency brake on the scooter, I would have hit him.
You want to get a 1.5 meter piece of wood and attach it to the side of your motor with a beacon of some description on the end of it, and then if they hit it, then they've hit and run. Then isn't it? That's part of your vehicle.
Yeah,
as long as it's got a beacon on it, then you should be all right.
I thought about getting one of them plastic things, you know, that they put on bikes with a little round circle on the end with a reflector thing on it.
Right.
It sticks out.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Not everybody's got them, but I've seen them on push bikes.
They used
and I thought about getting one of them.
I remember they used to be quite popular years ago, if I remember rightly. But then people stopped using stuff like that, didn't they?
Yeah, but me and you were close to the same age, so I'm guessing, you know, that we both sort of grew up in the same sort of era. Not being funny, but I was brought up in Dovecot, so I know what Liverpool's like.
Oh, right, okay.
Very well.
I've not spent much time around Dovecot, to be honest. I mean, when I was doing door-to-door sales for a few years, and I've literally walked on every single road in Merseyside.
Mate, I've lived in Croxteth, I've lived in Dovecot, I've lived in Huyton, you know, I've lived on a Speak Estate, I've lived in Tocky. I don't care. I'll go back to Liverpool right now and I'll walk up any street you want me to walk up. I'll go up Granby Street if you want. I don't care. And I'll go up there with my cameras on me.
Granby Street, that's where I met Permanaki. He didn't check my muscles though. So I think I was too
Granby Street, years ago, it used to be the whites on one side and the blacks on the other. Now, I don't know if it's still the same nowadays, but I was the only person that would go on both sides of the road.
I don't know what it's like these days. I've not been up there.
I hope it's not.
For a few
I'll
years.
be honest. I hope it's not. I really do. That's what it was like years ago.
Times are changing, aren't they? So, I mean, it's one of those. It might even be.
Well, yeah, when the government can pay out £8 million, is it a week or a month for asylum seekers to stay in hotels?
Yeah.
But they can't pay that for the homeless people that are out on the streets. And don't know if you noticed in the paper the other week, in London, they were actually removing the tents as well. So
yes.
In the middle of winter.
Yeah.
Which I think is completely wrong.
Of course it is.
You know?
Of course it is. But again, this is just...
I mean, I've been homeless. I've lived in a tent. I know what it was like. And, you know, when you go away and you leave your tent somewhere and you go back and there's nothing there, you've lost everything you own.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean,
you know,
I've been homeless, but it hasn't been for a prolonged period of time. I was homeless up here.
I was homeless for 6 years, mate. I lived in my car, and then I'll be honest, I went to prison. Came out of prison, and I've been arguing to try and get my license back ever since. And they just don't seem to want to give me it, so I'm going to end up taking him to court for it.
But as I say, I mean, I'm thankful that I wasn't homeless for long, and I feel bad for people that find themselves in that situation. I was very lucky. I only spent a week in the doorway of the post office on Fenwick Street.
Oh God, I know that post office as well.
Of a night time, that's where I slept with a suitcase as well. So I didn't sleep very well because I was worried somebody was going to rob my suitcase. But that's where
or kick you in the head or piss on you.
Or that, yeah. But again, I was lucky.
I've had all that
for a week. But I do feel terrible for people that find themselves in that situation. There's a lot of people that put themselves in that situation, don't get me wrong, but there are far more people who find themselves in that situation through not necessarily any fault of their own. And those are the people that our government should be looking to help before anybody else. The people that want to stay out there, then there's no point in housing them because they'll make themselves homeless again. But you give everybody the opportunity to live somewhere. And those that want to take it. Those that don't. You know, but they just don't give a shit about anybody, do they? They don't give a shit about anyone from this country. Not
if you're from the UK. If you're born and raised here, yeah, and you don't have any connection to any other country, then no, you're not really taken into consideration.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like at Christmas they give the elderly extra money for heating and stuff. Yeah, which I fully agree with. I'm not saying I don't. I fully agree with them giving them it. But what they don't think about is the elderly. It's the same as a disabled person should get the same as the elderly person gets, because the elderly person needs the heating, but so does a disabled person.
Yeah.
I mean, my electric bill has gone from 75 quid a month to 125 quid a month.
I think a lot of people don't realise that if they're elderly or if they're disabled, you can contact your provider and tell them you're a vulnerable person. And they cannot allow you to go without electricity or gas if you are down as a I can't remember the word they use, like a high risk person.
Yeah.
And they have to make sure that you've got gas and lecky, because you could have
only
equipment.
Yeah, only if you've got the equipment.
Well, I've got equipment. I have to use a mask when I sleep because I stop breathing in my sleep.
Oh, right. Well, then you will be allowed it.
Yeah.
But me, because my only equipment is a mobility scooter, I'm not allowed that on me, personally. I can go down as vulnerable and all that,
yeah,
but they can still put me on a prepayment meter if they want to.
Right. I mean, I'm on a prepayment meter, but it means that if I ever run out, it means that I go down as a priority for them to come out. So I still will be without for some time, a period of time, but that means that they have to come out to me as a priority. I'll get put on that priority list of people that they come out. But it doesn't, when I say that they can't allow you to go without, it doesn't mean that you will never stop receiving gas and electricity if you run out, because you will. But that it just means that they have to get round to you sharpish. And
well, most meters have like a £5 or £10 emergency on them anyway. So you've always got that little bit of time to put the emergency on, run down the shop, and go get some more credit.
Yeah, yeah. For me, however, when I put my emergency gas on, I've got the card that goes on my windowsill. If it's upright, then it means that I've got emergency credit on it. If I turn it upside down, it means that I've got no emergency credit on it. But sometimes I put the emergency credit on, put it on the side, and I go, right, I'll go and get some more gas tomorrow. 3 days later, I'm like, why is it so fucking cold in here? Why can't I cook my dinner? And I've completely forgotten. And it's there when I do the washing up. The card is there in front of me so that I don't forget it. But it will I'll look at it sometimes and just not register what I'm looking at. And I will forget sometimes. It's a nightmare. So, listen, I'm going to have to wrap this up because I need to go.
All right, mate.
It's 10 o'clock and I'm going to get the panel open. So, thank you for your call. I
Oh, all right.
appreciate it.
I'll wait till you get the panel open, and I might pop up on the panel then.
No
I
worries.
didn't realise you were going to have a panel as well. You see.
Yeah, can I open the panel? I'm going to go make myself a quick brew. Oh, I've got one call because this person's been trying to call through while the last two people have been on. So I'm going to take this last call.
Oh, sorry, mate.
No, it's not.
All right.
It's fine. It's fine. All right, then. Listen, I'll speak to you
All
soon.
right. I'll pop up on the panel when you put it up.
No worries.
All right, mate.
So,
Hello. Bye.
Bye. Hello. I've missed it. Try calling again. I won't say your name. It has shown up on my screen, just in case you don't want me to say your name. But try calling again, and I'll answer. Hello. Good evening, and welcome.
Hello.
My apologies. Yeah, I can hear you. My apologies for I saw you trying to call through quite a few times there, but whilst we was on the other call and I couldn't take it, obviously. So.
Yes. How are you? How are you, Dan?
Not so bad. How are you?
I was calling in. I'm very well, thank you. I was calling in about the digital currency.
Yes.
Have you heard of the stash cash movement?
No, I haven't.
No? Well, there's a movement out there that encourages people to, withdraw as much cash from cash machines as they can get, and to, stash it away and store it away so that, the banks basically run out of cash. And so when they do decide to go digital, then we can continue using the cash.
You can, in a way, until it runs out.
How do you?
It will end up, that cash will end up going to somebody who will then be under instruction from the government or from whoever deals with it all to hand that cash in.
Hand it in, but if we stash the cash and keep it for ourselves,
but you won't
when they do introduce,
you won't be able to.
Why not? Why not? I've already saved.
No, but how do you think all the old coins taken out of circulation?
I have £2,000 already under my bed.
How do you think that all the old coins have been taken out of circulation? It's because eventually somebody will take it to a bank and then they'll get destroyed. Now, what will happen is you will not be able to trust everybody to want to use cash. So you'll end up going to a shop using cash, and that person will be under intimidation or otherwise, maybe under a piece of legislation or whatever, that they have to hand that cash over to the bank in order for them to destroy it and then credit the amount to your account as digital currency. So although I think people need to be using cash,
surely we can get.
Go on.
Surely we can get everyone to agree to come on board with the stash the cash movement, then surely shops will accept cash even after they introduce digital currency. Surely
the smaller shops might. But the bigger shops, the conglomerates, whatever you want to call them, like Tesco's, Walmart, Morrison's, all of these are easy to manipulate for the government to turn around and say they want digital as well. Most of these big places want digital as well. This is why they put in all the self-service cash machines and all the rest of it. Had to pay by card through COVID and all that stuff. Yeah, they will bend backwards.
No, you hit on a great point. You've hit on a great point, because if we withhold all the cash and then we enter these big conglomerate shops with only cash, surely they will just have to accept it because this is the currency we want to use. If we refuse the digital, and carry on with our cash, surely they will have to accept it. Otherwise, they don't get any money.
No, they won't have to accept it.
Why not?
Because there'll be enough people that will. It's exactly the same as what happened with face masks. Everybody went, bah, let's put a face mask on. Let's go get a jab. There are more people that will do that. There are more people that will go to Tesco's or Aldi or Asda or any of the others and use their card for simply because it's easier than going somewhere, getting turned down for cash, and then going somewhere else. I'm telling you, it wouldn't work.
How many transactions do you think are already digital right now?
Millions a day.
Could
Millions
you
a
put
day.
a figure?
No, not off the top of my head.
As a percentage?
Probably more. As a percentage, it's probably a higher percentage in digital than there is in cash. I know cash has made a comeback recently.
Really?
And a lot more people have started using cash than digital payment methods recently. But I would think that most people would do. I think most people use digital forms of payment these days. But again, it's easy. All they've got to do, all that money you've got stashed away under your mattress or wherever it is, all they've got to do is change, bring out a new coin, bring out a new note, and your ones will be fucking useless then. Then you've got to take them to a bank, haven't you? So it's all very well saying stash the cash, but there is no way that could ever work.
Well, I have £10,000 stashed under my bed.
You said 2,000 a minute ago.
No, 10,000, not 2,000.
Yeah, but
10.
you said 2,000 a minute ago.
As long, I don't know if you misheard me, but it doesn't really matter if it's taken out of circulation, surely, as long as people accept that
it's going to be no good. It's going to be no good for them if it gets taken out of circulation. If they can't,
that's a means of exchange.
Right. So let's say you go to your local shop, because we should all promote and work with our local shops rather than the big shops, I think. Right. What happens when that shop then goes to the warehouse, to the wholesalers to buy the stuff that they need for their shop, and that wholesalers is then digital only? What are they going to do then?
Well, they won't receive any money if everybody agrees to carry on using the cash, surely.
But everyone won't agree. Again, this is the problem that we've got. There are too many people that will just go with it because it's easier. That's the issue that we've got. This is the issue we have with every problem that we have in this country. The majority of people go with what is easier rather than what is right.
Not me. I go with what's right. I'm a principled, moral person.
Right. Can I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Why are you using a voice changer if you're a principled, moral person?
Me?
Yeah, you.
And what? Excuse me? Hello?
Hello.
And
a voice changer.
What's that? What do you mean, a voice changer?
Voice changer.
I almost bumped.
Well, you're not David Icke.
No, I'm not David Icke. No, my name's Damien.
Right.
Damien Paisley.
Yeah, you sound very much like David
Hello.
Icke. You sound very much like David Icke.
Do I?
Yes, you do. Yeah.
Yes, and I've heard that's been said to me, in the past.
Right.
Oh, excuse me, I'm burping here, because it's Sunday and I'm enjoying your show. I wanted to ask you also, just to change the topic for a minute before I go. Do you think we should eradicate the homeless people in this country so we don't have a homeless problem.
No, I don't.
Maybe we should put them into camps, or why not?
No, I think we should help them, because many of them gave everything that they've got to serve this country. Not all of them, granted, but there are a lot out there that gave everything that they've got to serve this country in one way or another, and now they're homeless and they get forgotten about and they get treated like crap. So these are the people, as we were discussing earlier, these are the people that I think we need to house first, okay, because they are from this country. And then once we've dealt with that, we then look to bringing in other people that need help, okay, and giving them somewhere to help once we've helped the people in this country that need help.
How much would that cost a taxpayer? I ask you.
Well, it's already costing us about fucking £8 million a week or whatever it is to house migrants. Many of them don't deserve to be here. Not all of them, but many of them.
Maybe we should house the homeless first, and then the migrants would be replacing the homeless.
Only if you go. Listen. Migrants would only replace the homeless if you go overboard on immigration and allow everybody in. What I'm saying is, you fix the problem here first, okay, which is a homeless problem. Okay, so you fix that issue first as best that you can. Not everybody wants to not be homeless. Some people are homeless by choice, but you give every homeless person the option or the opportunity to get off the streets. Those that want to get off the streets, fine, off the streets. We help them. We get them somewhere to live. Then we say, right, now we can look at helping other people that might need help from around the world. Okay, so we have X amount of properties in the UK. We will allow in X amount of people. And once that's done, that's done. We've done our bit. We can't do any more. Okay, and then you stop people coming in. They'll have to go somewhere else. America's got far more empty land than the UK has. Why don't they build properties in America on all of this empty land that's owned by the government and house people there?
Do you think the government perhaps want there to be a homeless problem so they can keep house prices high?
I don't know. Couldn't answer that. I don't know how that would affect keeping.
And one last point.
Go on.
Just on a side note, you mentioned about religion, and we shouldn't criticize somebody's beliefs in religion.
What my point was, let me just clarify that. What my point was is the guy that called in, okay, he believes in something that is keeping him going, and that's great. And we shouldn't criticize somebody for having that faith that allows them to keep going each day. Okay, something that gets them up in the morning, right? A reason for being, if you like. What I don't like and what I don't agree with is people trying to force an ideology onto people, trying to make people a certain way. So if Scott was on earlier and he was saying to me, "You're all, God's going to smite you. You're all going to fucking hell, rah rah rah," blah blah blah, then I wouldn't stand for that. I wouldn't stand for that and have that on it, because that's forcing somebody else's opinion onto us. He wasn't. So if somebody has a belief in something that gets them up in the morning, that's fine. It's a personal belief to them, okay? And it helps them. And that is fine. And we shouldn't mock them for having that belief. When it comes to religion and war, for example, I do have an issue, okay? If they're using the ideology to kill, to take away people's rights, to take over countries or whatever it might be, and they've done this throughout history, that I don't stand with. I don't stand by that at all.
Aren't all religions responsible, guilty?
They are, yeah. And this is why I'm not religious. I don't want to be part of that. But I don't think somebody's individual belief that gets them through hard times, I don't think that should be mocked.
Well, here, I defend Muslims all around the world.
Well, good for you.
And
And
here,
there are a lot, and there are a lot of
That's it.
decent. There are a lot of decent Muslims out there, but there are also ones that
agreed.
are. There are also ones, as there are in any religion, who are fanatical. Things have changed. Even
But of course,
Christianity's
we
changed. Christianity's changed over time. Okay, there used to be a point where Christianity despised gay people as well, right? But look how things have changed, and that
Of
is
course.
progress. There is,
They still do they not?
some of them do, yeah. Again, the fanatical ones do still despise
Yes.
gay people, okay? But the
Yes.
teachings have changed. But some people will rely on the old teachings, which is no longer relevant in the world that we live in, such as wiping out entire races of people, right? Such as let's use Gaza and Palestine, for example. Okay, I don't necessarily agree with either side, although I do think that Israel have got a right to defend themselves. I don't like the idea that more people are dying than perhaps needs to in Gaza, in Palestine. But war is war. It doesn't matter what fucking war you're talking about. You will never, ever, 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 ever fight terrorists without, unfortunately, casualties.
Would you not consider the Jews in Palestine as invaders? And is it true?
I wouldn't.
Back in the day, about in the 1960s, as recent as this, the UK and the West supported radical Islam in order to get one over on the secular Arabs.
Look, Judaism has been around a lot longer than Islam, right? By thousands of years. Christianity has been around a lot longer than Islam for thousands of years. Islam was created, okay, by somebody who wanted to set up a new religion. Okay, that person, right? That person went out and they tried to recruit people. Okay, for 12, 13, 14 years, however long it was, and he couldn't recruit anybody. Okay, so what he decided to do at the end of that was get the ump with everyone and say, right, well, fuck you all. Okay, I'm going to create this religion now, and it's going to hate all of you because none of you fucking joined me, right? And that, unfortunately, went into the book, right? Went into the Quran, okay? That should hate this person and that person and do this to that person. If they don't believe they should be killed, blah, 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 blah. And that, unfortunately, is still a firm-held belief with a lot of radical Muslim people. Now, I know that's not the question that you asked me, but Judaism was around, Jewish people were around way before Muslim people. That land, okay, that land was not Muslim owned land before they got there, right? So that land was owned by somebody else way before fucking Muslims got there. So are they invaders as well? Did they invade that land from whoever owned it before?
Where did they go in the meantime?
Sorry?
Where did they go in the meantime? Why did they leave? How did Muslims get in there? If it was already a Jewish land, where did the Jews go?
Well, unfortunately, I'm not a religious scholar, and I'm no good with geography and history. That's just one of them things. This isn't something that I normally discuss on the channel. But as I say, it's the same as everywhere in the world. Okay, there were people living everywhere. Okay, now that weren't from that country in the first place, right? Like us here, we weren't the first.
Well, yes,
we weren't the first people to live
yes.
here on this country. Okay, but over time, this is what it's turned out. This is what it's turned into. But my issue is that I don't agree with the facts that, and again, I don't understand it all, but I don't agree with the fact that Israel block Palestinians in. okay, with a wall and all that kind of stuff, right? I do believe that they do allow Muslims to work in Israel. Whether that's true or not, I couldn't tell you for sure, but I do believe that is the case. They are allowed to travel backwards and forth for work reasons and things like that. But what I don't agree with, regardless of what's going on for the past 70 years or 170 years or 700 years, is a group of fanatical pieces of shit going into another country and massacring people en masse. That I don't agree with. Right? I mean, would you say that that's okay for us? Let's say France invaded us. Okay. Would we not want to be fighting the people here that are invading us, or would we go over to France and then start killing people over there? My argument is we should be fighting here. Yeah. Palestine sent people over to another country, essentially, to go and kill people. Cowardly.
Which country are you referring to?
Well, Palestine into Israel.
Is it not the Israelis invading onto the Palestinians?
I've already said this. I don't think they are. I don't think they're invaders. I don't agree with everything that they're doing.
Was there once?
But
are you aware? Or
well, listen. As I've said, I'm not a religious scholar. I'm not a history buff, and I'm not a geography buff. So those are questions that I can't necessarily answer. But it's now 10:30. I need to get on with the live stream and open a panel for the people. So thank you for your call.
Very well. Thank you for having me along for the ride. And I would just like to say, stash the cash. Stash the cash. Remember the movement.
Right. Thank you. Interesting. Yes. I thought that. Lost Souls. I thought that. Yes, Stuart as well. I agree. But yeah, there's nothing out there that's good enough to do that, is there? To disguise. We've already shown you the pictures of somebody trying to get into the back of StreamYard, which still shows who they are. But yeah, that was lovely getting David Icke on. Listen, full, God bless, easy, 100%, full well, mate, absolutely. Yeah, but still, it was quite interesting, I've got to say. That was interesting. Let me take this one quickly. Hello. But still, it was quite interesting, I've got to say. Hello.
Hello, Pops.
Hello. Yeah, turn this sound down on your computer or your TV.
All right, got you. I've turned. Yeah, I've got it. Done it.
No worries. That's it. Because otherwise, what you do is you wait for me to reply on there, which is a 10-second delay.
Right, I've got you. I'm not a nut, so don't worry about it.
No,
I've been messaging you about my girlfriend and stuff like that. She's an absolute nutcase. I just don't know what to do. She gets pissed on Jen, right? She flies off the handle, rings the coppers, and they take me away all the time.
Is it her house?
Don't know what.
Is it her house?
Sorry?
Is it her house?
No, it's my house.
And they're taking you away from your house?
Yes.
And what do? Leave her there?
Yes.
Right.
And I just don't. I know. I just absolutely don't get it. I don't get it at all.
No, they shouldn't be doing that. If she's not on the tenancy agreement, then they shouldn't be leaving her in the house anyway. Number one,
I know.
That's just a basic thing. But and I've just seen somebody put a comment exactly what I was going to say. One of the problems that we have is when it comes to women versus blokes, women win. Okay.
Yeah.
I say all the time, but practically all the time, the women will win because the women are still looked at as, the poor, defenseless. No offense to the women that are watching this, because I know that some of them certainly aren't poor and defenseless.
I agree. I totally agree.
But they are looked at as poor and defenseless, and the bloke, being the aggressor all the time. And the only way to ever get around that is do a Johnny Depp and Amber Heard and record stuff. That's
I do. I've got it on tape. I've actually got it on tape, right? We went to like my niece's Christmas party for dinner and stuff like that. And she was drinking gin, and then the switch turned like that. And then she started punching my niece's boyfriend, our boyfriend's dad, everything. It was the first time she had actually met them. Do you know what I mean? It was like fucking. It was so embarrassing. Do you know what I mean? It was like, what the fuck?
Can I ask a question? And I don't mean to embarrass you or
no. Ask us anything.
Why are you still with her?
I know.
Honest question. That I'm not trying to fucking ridicule or take the piss or anything like that.
I know, mate. Honestly, I do understand me. Everybody said the same thing. Do you know, I'm quite emotional, I just don't know what to do. And people think I'm an alcoholic and stuff like that. I only drink shandy. Honestly, I swear I do. I drink shandy, and it's like, I want to drink now. It's like, the doctor put us on antidepressants, but they were giving us seizures, right? So I went into hospital. Honestly, what worst time of my life. Anybody listening, didn't ever gone on antidepressants. Shocking. And I went into hospital, even though them thought I was pissed, and I wasn't. I only drink shandy. Do you know what I mean? It's like, and the reason why I'm on antidepressants is because of her.
Okay, is this register? Is this logged with your doctor? So when you've gone into your doctor and said you feel depressed, and he's asked you why you feel depressed, so you would have logged what's been happening at home with your doctor, and that would be on your doctor's notes. Yeah,
well, I'm seeking help now. Pops, I'm seeking help now. My doctor knows I'm going to recovery and stuff like that. So I don't know why somebody sent us to recovery for drinking shandy. I have no idea. But I've also got I'm also going to a solicitor as well to see what you see when the coppers come round. When she rings the copper, she's pissed on gin and stuff like that. Right? She rings up, and you want to hear the way she goes on. It's like it's like squealing and stuff, and I can understand where the coppers are coming from.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? If she's squealing like that, they probably think I'm bloody murdering her or something. Do you know what I mean? But it's not.
Have you ever been charged? Have you ever been charged with anything?
No. I've been just the breach of the peace. That's all. 8 times breach of the peace.
Yeah. So all they can do with breach of the peace is to take you away from that situation, or they could take you to court to get you bound over to keep the peace. But it's not an offence as such where you get a criminal record unless you breach, unless you're bound over to keep the peace, and then it becomes a criminal offence. But I get it's difficult. I've not been in this situation. I have spoken here before about I was with a woman for a couple of years. She came round to mine one day. She had the she poured a freshly made coffee over my back.
I heard you actually. I know. Disgusting.
Yeah, and
shocked me.
And for me, I've not spoken. Well, I did kind of speak to her a week later because her and her ex fella were at shop up the road from me as I walked past, and they started giving me shit. So I told them where to go.
Oh.
But I've not spoken to her since. For me, that's enough. Something like that is enough for me to say, do you know what? Even if I was married and somebody done that to me, I would the following day I'd go to a solicitor and try and file for a divorce, right? That's just the way that I am.
Yeah.
But I understand that other people are different. Okay, and lots of people go, it's not their
I'm
fault.
soft as clothes, mate. You know what I mean?
Lots of people will say it's not their fault they were on a drink. Maybe I can change them. Maybe it won't be so bad next time. But when a pattern emerges, then you've got to try and realise that things aren't going to change. You know, there's a pattern, and that pattern of behaviour is showing you everything you need to know. You know, and again, I want to be careful because I don't want to tell you to do something. You know, I don't
totally
know
understand. Perhaps I want to do that, mate. It's just I'm soft as clothes, and I can't bring myself to do it because she's been in, you know, she lost her husband and stuff like that.
Excuse, mate. That's not an excuse.
I know.
I mean,
I often wonder why you drunk yourself to death. Do you know what I mean? Because I feel like doing the same. I'm not. Don't get us wrong. I'm not like that. Do you know what I mean? But you know, she keeps on claiming, you know, her husband drunk himself to death. No, I just often wonder why. Do you know what I mean? It's very weird.
Her husband drank himself to death, did you say?
Yes.
Red flag.
I
no
know.
offense, but that's
no, I totally agree.
Mate.
I often wonder why. Do you know what I mean? It's like, why? Do you know what I mean? And I used to ring her up when she used to live like down south and that.
Oh, is she a southerner?
She's a southerner. She comes from.
Explains it. From Chatham, Kent. Yeah.
She comes from.
I don't mean to joke about it. I'm just trying to cheat.
No, not at all. Not at all, mate. But it's a queer thing. I've never. You see, I was married before to the lass for 14 years, and I mean, I still talk to her and stuff like that. The only problem was she was 19 years older than us, but she was love. I would give her up, and it's, you know, the last that I'm with now, I would give her up in a second. Do you know what I mean? For the woman I was married to, you know what I mean? It's very weird.
That's a horrible situation to be in. I wouldn't like to be in that situation. But for me, if it was me, and that's all I can do is say what I would do. Is I would first of all make sure that I get some kind of recordings of this, what's going on, so that
honestly, Pops, you want to fucking see what I've. Sorry. You want to see what I've got on? You want to see what I've got, man? Honestly, it's like when I'm coming back from my niece's Christmas party. She's absolutely off her tits on gin, and she's kicking the fuck out the taxi driver's car, and then she eventually passes. She's squealing and that one. Honestly, it's ridiculous. And then the taxi driver actually helps us out, like taking her out the car into the house. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I give him a 10 on that, like, for helping us and that, like, but I never phoned the cops, which I think I should have done. Do you know what I mean? But she goes on like that. She goes on like that sometimes, squealing and stuff, and then brings the cops up and they take me away. And I'm just, Do you know what I mean? It's very weird.
Have you ever tried to show them the recordings that you've got?
I did. The second time that I got out of jail, I actually showed them, and one of them said, "Well, just ring up first." I was going to ring up first. Honestly, it's crazy. I don't get it. The world's fucking off its head, I think.
Yeah, but the police are reluctant to deal with blokes, to deal with women against blokes. Okay, they are.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't fit the narrative, and the narrative is women are poor, defenseless creatures, and all men are out to get them. That's the narrative lately, right? So they're very unconcerned about women against blokes, right? So I would suggest that you try and get as much evidence as you can. And then speak to a solicitor.
Yes, I am. I'm doing that at the minute.
Does she live with you?
She doesn't live with us. I mean, she stays with us and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But if she's not happy, about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'd speak to somebody with a bit more know-how, and explain to them the situation and say, look, when the police come round, it's me that gets turfed out of my home, and she gets to stay there when she's not even on the the tenancy agreement. And it's only breach of the peace. So the police only have to remove. Well, basically, this is breach of the peace. I've said this many times. Breach of the peace is if there is going to be harm or damage committed towards somebody, right? And the person that could commit that harm or damage is the one committing breach of the peace. But the police always take away the person who is aimed at. They never take away the person or the persons who are committing the breach of the peace. Right?
It's strange because I was in bed.
Yeah.
I heard like the cop. I was in my bedroom and he was going, Les, and I woke up and I went, what? And I didn't know what was happening. So they dragged us home to bed.
Right.
So what I mean, breach of the peace. I was asleep.
Yeah, and breach of peace has to be happening there and then as well. That breach of the peace isn't something they can come and arrest you for and take you away from if there's no breach of the peace at that time. So if he was in bed, then there's no reason why they should have had you off for that. Absolutely no reason at all. I don't think
it's crazy, isn't it? Honestly, I don't get it. I was in shock. Do you know what I mean? I was totally in shock, but I just didn't. I didn't get it. I woke up and. Obviously, my lass has been, she's been drinking. She's phoned the police. I'm sure she just does it. It's just like on a power trip or something. I don't know. I'm still busy like trying to think what the bloody hell's going on. Do you know what I mean?
As I say, I can't tell you what to do. Right, especially when it comes to a relationship. All I can say is that I personally, I wouldn't stand for it. Again, I know that's easy to say. A lot of people find it difficult to be that blunt about it. My sister, she was in a relationship for a while and he used to knock her about. So I understand that happens. And I understand, as I said earlier, that people think maybe they'll change. Maybe I can get them to change. Maybe it's just a drink. Maybe they've had a bad day at work. All of this kind of things. But again, if it's once, for me, once is enough. But for other people, if it's once, maybe it's a bad day. Maybe something terrible's happened and they've lost their shit. If it happens 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, it's a pattern, and it's a pattern that's not going to change.
Yeah,
and,
I agree. I mean, I've been in jail about 7 or 8 times now. Yeah, and honestly, it's ridiculous. When I was strong, I put up with it. You know what I mean? But like at a low point, I'm not. I cannot deal with it. But I understand what you're saying. Do you know what I mean? It is hard. Like
you've got to think of your mental health, man. You've got to think of you. Have you got kids?
No, I've got many kids. Thank God.
Thank God is the word that was just about to come out of my mouth as well. There.
Oh,
yeah, which should make it a lot easier to make any transition that you need to make.
Yeah.
To be fair. You can cut all ties if that's something that you feel you have to do. I personally, I'd be out of there. I would, or not out of there. She'd be out of there. She'd be out of there. And then if she comes banging on the door, then I would start calling the police and say, "Look, mad woman at the door, trying to get in. Need your help."
Yeah.
And they'll come round. So I'll see her kicking the fuck out the door. You're indoors saying, so what's going on? No, she just turned up here. I'm just sitting here watching her telly, and they'll take her away then.
Yes. Got you. It's difficult because I love her. You know what I mean? That's a thing. Do you know what I mean? I mean,
but you'll find somebody else to love who will treat you with some respect.
Oh, that's lovely to hear. Actually.
You will. I've been single now for 3 years, three and a bit years now I've been single. I fucking love it. I do miss certain parts of being in a relationship, but you know what?
Yes.
I can do what the fuck I want, when the fuck I want. I don't have to worry about arguing with people. I don't have to worry about going, I don't want that for dinner. I don't have to worry about saying you're not hoovering properly. I do, you know what I mean? But I can also adapt if I am with somebody. I can go to their house and I can adapt to being around them. Do you know what I mean? And we get on, and you know, we do all that stuff. But you know, don't be afraid of being on your own. Number one. Number two, know that if you're in love now, then you'll find love again at some point, and next time with somebody that fucking treats you with some respect. But
well, that's lovely, Pops. That's lush. Honestly,
Don't settle. Do not settle, especially while you've got no kids. Don't settle and waste time of your life that you could be spending with somebody who's going to treat you properly.
I know. That's lovely, Pops. Honest. Swear down. It's lovely to hear. Honest. You know, it's nice to hear when somebody's out there that knows what, you know, like you're talking about and stuff like that. That's why I watch you and stuff like that. It's really good.
Well, I'll just be honest with you. Do you know what I mean? I'll just be honest. You know, I'll tell you from my honest point of view what I would do. And I base that on my own common sense. Maybe it's not sensical sometimes, some of the stuff I come out with, but I base it on my own common sense. And you know, but you have to make decisions yourself. Nobody else can make you do or make those decisions. You have to realize that you're a better person and you can do better and you deserve better and you can find better. It's simple as that, really. Although it's not that simple, it's still simple as that.
That's lovely. Honestly, Pops, I'm going to have to go on because the cat's crying.
No worries. I need to go make a brew and then get this panel open anyway. So thanks for calling me. I'm sorry you're going through
honestly, time, Pops, lovely, mate. Thank you very much for your help. And everybody that's given me help on your channel. Thank you very much.
No worries. You take care of yourself,
brilliant.
Right?
I will do. Thank you. Right. You too, Pops.
Speak to you soon.
I love you. Bye, love.
Ta-ra, mate.
Bye.
Ta-ra. Right. I'm sorry, but the call-in is now over. I apologise for the fact that we've not got on the panel yet, and we're 45 minutes late. But I had to take that call. I didn't know who it was, but they had tried phoning whilst I was on with the previous two callers, and it's kind of important when somebody wants to phone you that much, so I had to answer it, and I'm glad I did. Right, guys, I'm going to put the link to the panel in the comments as I normally do. I'll pin it, and I'm going to go make myself a quick brew. Sorry, just scratching my nipple. Not that you wanted to know that. I will make myself a quick coffee, which will take me a minute and a half, 2 minutes, and I'll be back, and we'll take it from there. So get yourself lined up in the, that's the wrong one. Get yourself lined up in the panel back office, and I'll be back in 2 shakes of a cat's tail. That'll do.
You are watching the Police Abusing Powers channel. Your host, Dan, is currently taking a comfort break and will be back momentarily. Your patience is appreciated. Please check the video description for channel social media links, where we share alternative content, not necessarily in video format. Did you know, contrary to popular belief, it is not legal for a pregnant woman to urinate into a police constable's helmet, unless, of course, their head is on fire. Due to the nature of the content and limits YouTube place on freedom of speech, your support is important. There are ways you can support the channel listed in the description. Why not participate? You can contact police abusing powers using the phone number on your screen when the lines are open, or you can Skype using Dan Pap as the contact. That's Dan P-A-P.
And we're back. Right, Roger, give us a 1 like that. Thank you, Boyley.
All right, mate.
Boily boil. Boily boil. Boily boil.
Go on, Steve, wake up.
Give us a 2 like that. Like that. No, like that. Do that. Do that. Boily, do that for me. Right, thank you.
Oh, I'm a bit slow today. How are you?
Hello.
Give us a 3, Tina.
Oh, my volume's down. I'm not too quick today. Oh, I'm gonna have to come off and come back on. Is that okay, Dan?
Yeah, go on, mate. Go on. You know what that is, don't you? You know what that means? Yeah. It's that. It's
I like that. That's funny.
Wills, do us a favour. Wills, can you just pop back on camera for us and give us a 4? Yeah. All right. Good man.
I'm trying to smoke a fucking filter here. What's going on?
I do that, Roger. Isn't that weird? I even went to like. I forgot I hadn't rolled it. Somebody called me on the phone. I went to light the fucking filter, and I was like, "No, it's not rolled." So yeah, I do that quite often. So yeah, a lapse of time, my memory gets messed up. So, how you doing, Dan? You all right?
Just give us a 5, Rev. Yeah, good man. Yeah, not so bad, Tina. Thank you. Not so bad.
Yo, Reverend. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Tired.
I was trying to call in.
Normal, but I know you were. I do apologise.
I got nervous.
Sometimes.
Wow, you got nervous? Come on,
I got nervous trying to call in. I was like,
you go, no.
No.
I thought, what are you going to talk about? What are you going to say? And I go, oh, stop.
We always manage to talk about something. Don't worry.
I thought he'd gone to sleep.
No, I had a kit this afternoon. Fatal in it, you know what I mean? So
I always do want to.
No, it's not, mate. Honestly, if your body says tired, sleep, do it. Doesn't matter.
my body said too much of this.
Yeah.
But if you need sleep, get sleep. You don't have to follow day, night time. You just sleep. If your body says you're tired, go to sleep.
I went out last night for the first time in ages. And once you get over the social anxiety, which I'm sure Dan understands, right? You're like, should I be here? Are these, and once you get over that with, I don't know, about 15 pints.
You looked happy enough in the pet post on Facebook.
I was fucking munted.
There's nowhere to go around yours.
No, exactly. So I didn't. I got taken out further afield, 2 places. The rugby club to start with, and then we ended up in some old knockers pub after that. Do you remember dancing to Oops Upside Your Head? I had to teach these kids to sit on the floor and do that thing,
Yeah, yeah. Always at weddings and things. That was always at weddings, and everybody got on the floor.
Do you remember the women with the hairspray and the guys with the mullets? And they're all So we did that. And then they've taken to, this dirty dancing, like where she runs but these are fat blokes launching themselves into the crowd. It was carnage.
Yeah, really, do that for me.
I was like, somebody's going to get injured. So this so in my wisdom, I decided to lie on my back with my feet, my hands in the air, because if they miss it, he ain't going to land badly. Probably a bad idea, but anyway. So yeah,
it's amazing what drink can do for your abilities to fly through the air.
A little bit, and a lot of them were on enhanced.
Or crawl along the ceiling in Rev's case.
Amazing what it can do for your ability to hit the floor as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have it. So yeah, there was some awful dancing. I quite enjoyed it.
1 minute. 1 minute. I've left this in the kitchen. 1 sec.
Where's he gone now?
Gone to the kitchen. I think he left his cup there. Might have done. He was going to make a brew, wasn't he? So.
Yeah,
I missed to make the brew.
I missed your live yesterday, Rev. I didn't get an alert for it.
Nobody does. That's just what it is, isn't it?
I get probably 10% of comments on mine. I get an alert for. The rest I have to go looking for.
Mm.
Yeah, it's bloody ridiculous.
It is what it is, isn't it? You know what I mean? We're not exactly.
Has anyone else been blown off by this wind today?
We'll get a bit of it down here.
It's very bad in our area.
If you get a bit of drain pipe and hold it up in the wind and stick some up the other end, you get a vacuum effect. If you can put a valve in it.
I'm not going to do that. But it's very bad down my area. The winds are very strong, and I've seen several wheelie bins going flying down the bottom. I'm not getting them, so not mine. So because mine's built in, so they're literally stuck against the wall. So I put clips between them. So, but yeah, it's throwing
keep looking out the back, hoping we're going to gain a trampoline for the grandkids.
Oh, that'd be nice.
There's several of them up the street.
Yeah. Hi, Mrs. W.
Hi, Tina.
You all right, darling?
Hi, Mr. W.
Hello to everybody else as well.
Where's God bless gone? He was in the back.
He was there just now. I don't know where he's gone. He was in the private chat as well.
I can't see who's in that, so I don't know.
That's fine or something. I don't know. How is everyone anyway?
Yeah,
yeah. My mum's in hospital, so she's gone down here really. Yeah, she's gone down here really bad with her dementia. She had an infection. Of course, first thing they do is she's got COVID. Oh, kiss my ass. So she's in there, but she's struggling with dementia. You end up losing the reflex to swallow. So she's not able to eat food at the moment. So they were all running around like headless chickens. What do we do? What do we do? Right, you do this thing called a superfood drink. Strawberry, chocolate, banana. Get that in and get that down her neck because that will build her proteins and everything else that she needs. But
and
yeah,
hydration.
we're now looking at nursing home.
They dehydrate people, don't they?
They do. She needs 24-hour care. My brother and sister's mental health at the moment and their anxiety's out the window. So we had a chat this morning. She's got to go into a nursing home. So we're sorting that out. It's sad. Well, she's gone back to the age. She's gone back to the age of about 5. She's talking about things she knew when she was 5 and 6.
Heather went through that with her mum, and they got that bad at the care homes that they got her home, and the daughter was taking care of her.
Yeah, well, the care homes that she's going to go to are professional dementia centres, so they know how to deal with it. So
she did end up in one towards the end.
Yeah.
But they didn't listen to the instructions. There was a DNR in place, signed by the family. And she got a phone call one day saying they were still working on her. So she had to tell them over the phone to bloody stop.
Well, in my case, we're quite lucky because of my knowledge. I got an LPA, lasting power of attorney, on my mum for health, hygiene and welfare and for finance and property. So they can't do anything without the permission.
Yeah, well, they were told it was in place. The care home were told, and they took absolutely no notice.
Yeah, and that's why I tell people to always go for an LPA on someone who's not able to manage their own affairs. So
she was in a care home. They found her dead in the morning. They called the ambulance, knowing there was a DNR, and the ambulance crew felt they had to work on her until I told them to fucking stop.
That's naughty. That's not good.
I love that.
That's not good.
Do not do anything. My mum's had enough. Leave her in fucking peace.
Yeah, my mum's got one.
You know, you've got to take into consideration as well is whether the home's actually showed them the DNR, because ambulance service policy is to continue until you can see a physical DNR. Otherwise they can get done for it.
Yeah.
Well, they've got access to all the computer records. Yeah, they've got access to all the computer records now, Mike. So they have a tablet they carry in the ambulance. So if a DNR is put on their file, they can actually see it in real time. So they know it's there.
Right. AD, can you hear me?
Hey, AD's coming on.
Just do that for me. Yeah, good man. Thank you very much.
It's the trench.
Well,
Hey, up, Bearded. Hello.
Hey, this one of your friends, Bearded?
Fucking is, mate. He's infantry. He's a bastard.
He's a big fucker, isn't he? Get him. You want to punch off that, would you?
Hey, fat Jesus, I'll have less of that.
I'm going to have to go. I've got to go on a video call with someone.
All right, Wills.
Hello, do you that, bro?
Speak to you a bit, man.
Sorry, mate.
No, right.
I haven't even said no yet.
I reckon that's camera angles, really. I do the same when I'm sending inappropriate pictures to women.
Yeah, but it's a job to get that bent enough to get it to bulge, isn't it?
Honest to God, I am a pretty big fella.
Yeah, he's actually a bodybuilder as well.
You can actually tell.
Yeah, you can tell, yeah.
If I turn the camera that way, you'll see. Yeah,
Oh,
I am.
yeah.
Is that all you got? You lightweight?
Hey, that's because I've got a hernia.
Oh, you can't do it with that, no.
I still do weightlifting.
He's
Still do
infantry.
weightlifting.
He's infantry. He doesn't know when to stop.
You know.
He just keeps going and walking to the artillery.
Lisa's just asked what you're working on. How you do?
I'm working on a truck that I drive.
Oh, you do the same thing Beardy does, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
Working.
He's with Models for Heroes, same as me.
Ah.
Nice. Some good stuff on there, Mike. I've seen a lot of yours, so it's really good stuff. I couldn't do it because it's too small for me. My hands don't move. I can't bend like that, but it's great what you do. It's
Beardy doesn't
fantastic.
have to worry about that. He's been dealing with tiny things all his life.
That's rude.
He's mean, isn't he?
You're making me blush.
Dan, can I just give out some advice to people going through what the last caller was?
Yeah, by all means.
So, if you are experiencing any kind of violence in the house through drugs or alcohol, if you're the owner of the house or the tenant, all you have to do is gather evidence with cameras or with voice recordings, that will do as well, of the abuse you're going through over a period of time. Take it to the police, go to a solicitor, and they'll get a restraining order, which means they will not be allowed to return to that property. It can be based a mile away from the house, 10 miles away from the house, depending on the amount of abuse that's taking place. You don't need solicitors to do it generally, but there are some solicitors in most areas which will give you an hour for free, and that's the way you get a restraining order to get them out.
Can you specify the odd booty call in that, though?
No, but that's important to know because people think they've got to go to a solicitor, they've got to take legal action. You don't. It's your house. If you say leave, it's trespassing. If they come back into that house when you've told them not to come back, that's trespassing in your property. Yeah. But the best way to do it in a violent situation to calm things down is get a restraining order, get it served by the police. While they're there, they make them pack up and they make them leave. There is a huge increase in domestic violence against men. And the reason it's not being reported is because men, being proud like you are, don't like to report it because they feel it makes them weak. But you have to understand it's not right to abuse someone you're supposed to love on either side. So don't be afraid to seek help.
Tina, it's also, and you're right, men are proud creatures and whatnot. I mean, I don't give a shit. That's why I make myself look a twat on here every week. But the
Carlos has tried years ago.
The police also don't want to publicise the fact that men.
No, they don't. No, but we do. There is exactly. But there are domestic violence refuges for men who I've helped with my job at the council. I had a guy that he was very shy, lovely guy. He worked 2 jobs to keep his wife in a luxury. It was his house. He owned the house. She has nothing to do with it. They had no kids. And I started talking to him, and he's very shy. So I worked with him for about 6 months. And the last time I saw him, he came in and she'd literally smashed a mug into his hand and went straight through the palm. And he had to have major surgery. So I got him into a refuge and got him away. And he ended up selling the house, getting her out with a restraining order. And he sold the house and never told her where he was. So he actually contacted me a year later saying he was living a happy life. So I thought that's great. That's what you should do. Well, a lot of women, even working with me, they don't see male domestic violence as a thing. It is. It's real. But because a lot of men are gentlemen, they won't hit a woman. Do you see what I mean? That's where the abuse sets in. And then you've got the mental abuse, shouting, screaming, all that kind of stuff. You can't live in a toxic relationship. It's not good for your health.
Tree dude, his name's Max Branning.
No, it's not. It's Max Power.
He's in a beanie hat. It's Max Branning. He wears the hats. You can't see his ginger hair.
Yeah.
No hair, no hair whatsoever. I'm proud.
When I separated from my ex, I was actually the only one on the tenancy agreement, and he tried to kick off saying I got rights to stay. I said, no, you don't want to. No way, you're leaving. And the reason why we separated is because he started taking his anger out on my children. I came on, I was doing a university course in counselling and criminal psychology, came home early, and he'd hit my daughter, a big handprint, and he's 6'5", by the way, and he had my son by his throat. So I told him to put him down, he told me to F off, so I gave him a black eye for pleasure. Just walked him straight in his face, do a black eye.
This is what I asked the last guy if he had any children there, because if he couldn't leave her for himself, then he had to, it was a case of you're gonna have to do it for your kids. If you can't do it for yourself, you're gonna have to do it for the kids, because unfair on the kids. They haven't asked to be in this situation. If you choose to be there, that's fine, but the kids aren't making a choice here. They're being forced into situations. So.
And I've also helped men. I've also helped men with DV get custody of their children.
Yeah.
With an alcoholic wife. So because obviously they can't cope. So.
I thought you said men with
DV.
Yeah, it's difficult for a man to approach that. Well, and I get to kind of look after the kids, but this guy loved his children. And the actual end case was she turned up at his house to pick the kids up to go to school. She was 4 times over the legal limit and fell at the car. So they took her straight to court, and she lost custody. So
that's a problem for blokes as well, though, is that the women get given basically automatic rights over children initially.
Yeah.
Whereas a bloke doesn't. Even if you're married, it's always in a woman's favour. And so a lot of blokes are like, especially if they've got kids, it's like I can't leave because she'll use my kids against me. In that situation. I mean, when I left my youngest boy's mum, I walked out the door with my kids. I found out she'd been cheating. I found out she'd been doing cocaine. And I had all the evidence I needed. So I got the boys' bags ready. When she got home, about 6 o'clock the following morning on a Sunday it was, as soon as she walked in the door, I walked out the door with the kids, but then a week later or a few days later, I got threatened with kidnap. I had to let the kids go back to her. And it wasn't until I went back to the house about 2 weeks after that with my sister to clear my stuff out, and there was evidence of drug use in the house, which my solicitor then told me to take pictures of. That afternoon, I was in court with the pictures developed with a judge saying, I can see the kids are in immediate danger and we're going to have to give you temporary custody of them. So people shouldn't be afraid.
No.
They shouldn't be afraid, but unfortunately we do know that lots of family courts are bent as anything and will side in a woman's favour, but it's better to try and do that on the off chance that it will go in your favour than not do anything at all.
The best way for a male, if they got young children at school age, is to get the grandparents to help if they want to take custody, so they can at least work to provide for the family. And that's what I'd encourage most of the people I work with to do. And the other part of that is social services. Never trust them. Never trust them. Because I had a couple, they were breaking up. She did drugs as well. And they tried to take the boy away. I said, you can't do that. He's the father. And they tried to put it up for adoption, believe it or not, without telling him. And I found out. And I was like, no. So he got a solicitor involved. And they said no. And the child was only 6 months. And he went
Not
to live with his
surprising in the
grandparents.
least, Tina.
I know, it's not. It's sad, really. There are very few people that will stand up against policy. I'm one of those. And I'm hated by a lot of people, and I don't care. So.
The system's a bastard, isn't it? When you look at it.
Yeah, it is.
What it tries to do to human beings.
Or
It's
Tina,
not
that you
fair.
care too much.
Sorry?
You were saying you'll stand up against these people with policy because you don't care. Or I'm saying probably because you care too much. Or care enough.
I do, and I will help anyone. I'll fight tooth and nail for anyone who's got a problem, and I won't give up. I've had threats from government before, and I've said, yeah, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Bring it on. I don't care.
Adi, I know you're infantry, but read the comment Dan's just posted. Try to read it anyway.
Oh, Dan.
Oh, the show.
Do you
Put on the
want
shelf behind
prompting-
you.
do you want prompting towards midnight?
It's all
Yeah.
got all my model paints.
It does look nice.
All of them.
That looks real well organised. It's great.
That's like better organised.
I was going to say it's better than big.
That's the Sours infantry. But
Yeah, you have
you know how
nothing
to
else to
organise stuff. You spanner
There's only
monkeys, you ain't got a
people else
clue.
to do.
Yeah.
The rest of us have work to do, that's why.
Yeah.
All you have to do is sit in the field playing with mud.
That's why I've got such good skin. Dan, as well, I wanted to mention, you got me in right big trouble.
Me?
I was sat next to my missus, who just so happens to be a southerner. And you was going on about the southerner comment.
Oh,
I'm,
no.
I'm allowed to say it. I'm a southerner myself, so I can say it.
But I'm a northerner in southern land. I've come to dial up the gene pool a bit.
All right.
They never talk about the Midlanders, though. It's always the Northerners and the Southerners. What about the Midlands?
Yeah.
Anything north of London's Northerners.
I get very confused about you using Southerners because south of England is Devon and Cornwall. So I get very confused when you say places up near you are south.
To be fair, in Somerset, I'd be a northerner to her.
Yeah. So would I if I was in Essex. I'd be a northerner.
Anything from London down is a southerner.
The only people southern to me are the French. And everybody's northern to where I'm living at the minute.
Well, we have a classic here every year. It's called North-South Civil War. And it's a hanger track. And what they do, all the northern drivers come down to Hensford in the Midlands, and all the southern drivers come up to Hensford in the Midlands. And all the cars are painted the one colour, each team, like, you know, it's one hell of a meeting.
I bet that's fun, Roger.
Oh, there's some real bad goes on it.
Gets rid of a lot of anger. Oh, yeah, gets rid of a lot of anger, I'm sure.
Dan,
So,
I'm going to jump off for a second. If you're still live later on, can I come back?
Yeah, I'll be on till about midnight.
Excellent. I'm just going to have a little jump about. All right, I'll see you in a bit.
All right,
In a bit.
Yeah, but you say that, Tina, it's quite funny because there's lots of handshakes and that afterwards. They're,
Of course, it's just a fun thing. That's all it is.
Them handshakes done in a circle.
What was that, Beardy?
Are them handshakes done in a circle?
Up there, it's quite funny actually because they've got a little ramp halfway down the track that they let the winner of the race sit up on with the flag.
Yeah.
But you'll get the odd one that cuts in and uses it as a takeoff ramp during the race.
Oh, God. That's crazy. You have to capture a video of it, Roger. I'd love to see it.
I ain't been up there for a while now. I mean, I ain't even raced for, probably 35, 40 years.
But if it's still going on, see if you can get in touch with some of your buddies and get a video of it. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, there's
Brilliant
videos
fun.
of it on YouTube.
I'll have to have a look for that.
Yeah, there's loads of them on there.
We do a lot of reenactment with battles, of course, in Devon, and also Cornwall's got a few. Because when the Cornish went to London, do you remember that, Roger?
Yeah.
Marches to London. So that does the medieval stuff we do here. So they do medieval wars every year. So that's quite
Last
interesting.
went across the bridge of the Tamar. Would you please turn the lights out?
Yes.
Roger can't go to reenactments. It cause flashbacks.
Well, we used to say anybody coming down to Cornwall, as soon as you cross into Cornwall, put your watches back 30 years.
Yeah, definitely.
Reenactments. I do reenactments, something that Roger didn't know about. Any of you know about. I do reenactments. I reenact one specific night with this girl that I was out with once, and my hand plays her.
It's the closest it's been in years.
We had a touring company. Oh, this was years ago down in Newquay at one of the caravan sites putting on shows. And to promote the actual medieval show, they bought a load of the horses with the armour and that round the town. And they brought one into the bloody bikers pub. I said, well, what do you want it to drink then? He said, give it a pint of bitter and a marshmallow. So that's what he fucking got.
Oh my
But
God.
they invited us all to the evening and the show and the display and that, put on a hog roast. And we even tried jousting with the motorbikes. That went horribly wrong. Yeah, oh Christ, that must be God, 35, 40 years ago again.
Yeah, I remember the days, Roger, going to the festivals, the Bulldog festivals, and you remember the shovel pull, the shovel pull.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shovel pull, and I never seen it in my life before. And I'm a teenager, I'm young, I'm 19, going back a long way. And they were putting these shovels, tying them onto the bikes, a shovel, just a normal shovel, and then you had to sit on it, and the person that could hold on at a height, the bike would rev up and piss off on this road, and you got to stay on it as long as you can before your ass catches fire. And it's like, fucking hell, I'm not doing that. So no way.
Yeah, shovel drag racing.
Yeah.
Apparently Sean knows somewhere in Llanelli that does swingers group. Is by any chance a farm?
Really? Yeah.
Yeah. Don't forget Beardy lives near there.
I don't live anywhere near Llanelli. That's South Wales.
They don't put their keys in a bowl. They put their fucking shears.
Yeah. That's about 4 hours away, mate.
Lady, that wagon you're working on, what is it?
It's Scania. I'm a lorry driver by trade.
Right.
So
it's not a forces wagon. It's a wagon that.
No, this was my old truck.
Wow. That looks beautiful.
That was my old truck.
Oh my God, that's gorgeous. Is that the one with the cab in the back where you sleep?
Yeah, so I used to go away for weeks on end, like up to 4 weeks at a time.
Some of these lorries today, they're amazing what they got inside. You don't need a house, you just sit in the back of your truck.
But that's what it is. That's
beautiful.
A copy of my truck.
Well done.
You've seen the tank transporter he did the other day. Built it in 2 days.
Yeah, what you do is great. I can't do small stuff like that. So my biggest hobby was my radios, my ham radio stuff. So and when I passed my test, I was like, woo, I can now do it legally instead of illegally. Yeah, that was good fun.
That's the one I did the other day.
Oh, wow. That's beautiful.
Keep
Look at that. My God. That is there's so much detail.
Tank on the back of that, isn't there?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the tank.
Oh wow.
As well, bloody hell.
Do you do? If you should start videos and show people how to put this stuff together because it is amazing. Remembering things that went in the past.
I ain't got time for stuff like that. I'm literally, I work 60 hours a week.
Yeah.
And today's like the only day I've had off. And it's like I ain't got time for stuff like that.
Yeah, at least you can relax with what you're doing and what you like to do. That's the main thing.
Yeah,
I got lovely neighbours. Really?
Yeah, you should see us in our Discord group. It's funny.
Wow. Well, I got some lovely neighbours, and they're sort of a little bit older than me, and they said, "Oh, we do a social group." I said, "Oh, what does that entail?" She said, "Oh, crochet, knitting." I said, "Can you see me knitting or doing crochet?" I don't fucking think so.
I can. Give it another few minutes.
I'm good at sewing.
No, fuck off. So,
sorry. Yeah.
I'm really good at sewing.
No chance. I never went in for that when I was a kid. And you know when they used to separate the girls and boys and you had to do needlework for the girls and all that kind of stuff. I was doing woodwork, metalworking, welding. And also when we had to go on school trips, they said the girls could go to ballet in London. I said, I'm not fucking watching that all day. So I went to a football match between Liverpool and I think it was Arsenal junior team. And that was great seeing Wembley Stadium. I was 14 years old. And the school tried to ban me. You can't go. You're a girl. Kiss my ass. That's not good. I'll let you go where I want. I'm not sitting in ballet for 2 hours. No. So I never did anything girly when I was growing up. So
I like sewing.
That's like my missus. She's a proper girly girl until it comes to football, and then she scares the shit out of me.
Ooh.
Because she proper turns into a football hooligan.
Ah, nice.
But rest of the week, she's a normal woman, looks after the child, everything. As soon as football's on, I come out the way. I go upstairs out the way.
Oh, careful. You want to be careful saying that during the week she looks after the child. That's misogynistic, you know.
That's not my choice. That's her choice.
Yep.
I have no way, shape or form, before anyone starts going off on me, that she has to stay at home.
They won't go off on you in here. Don't worry about it.
No.
Throw that comment off, Lisa.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to need to defend yourself, but it's cool.
That one.
Yeah. What do you reckon is the answer to that, Edie?
I don't know. It depends what you're into. I mean, I spent years building Spitfires. And I think I've got about 40 Spitfires here and there. But I build bits of everything. Anything that takes my fancy, I build.
It's the bloody price of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I built a Harley. I can't remember the scale, but it was well over a foot long. And I bought the kit. It was a Tamiya kit, and I paid about 20 quid for it.
Back in the day.
And I looked at the same kit the other day, £169.
That's what I'm working on at the minute.
Supposed to say £169 in today's money.
Yeah, well, you should go out and work on Marty for more less than that.
That's the one you're working on at the moment.
Yeah, that was about 30 quid.
What's that in Bitcoin?
Yeah.
It's about 24.5 centimeters long when it's finished.
What do you? Can I just can I ask you a proper question? It's not taking the piss or anything. What do you do once you've made them?
Take them to shows and things. You can win competitions and stuff.
You have displays and comps and all sorts.
Then what? And again, I'm not trying to knock you or anything like that. I'm just trying to understand. I don't, there's certain things that I wouldn't do myself. I'm not saying because I have done those in the past, but there's certain things I wouldn't do because I just like, but once it's done, it's done. Do you know what I mean? What do I do with it? It's like
Not as bad.
It's a good ornament,
though, is it?
Well, if you think about it, if you spend 30 quid on a kit, yes, that's a lot of money for something to sit on the shelf. But that to get it to the point where it's sitting on the shelf might take you 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Of working on it for 6-7 hours a day. So it can give you weeks of entertainment before it gets to the shelf.
See, I'll happily admit, right, 6 years ago, before I started model making, I tried 3 times to commit suicide.
Wow, sorry to hear that, mate.
Right? No, don't be sorry, because I'm not sorry. I'm quite happy. I'll tell anybody. I'll tell the world. I tried to commit suicide 3 times. Now I'm doing this. Yeah, it's a lot of money. But since I've been doing model making, I've not once had a bad thought about committing suicide.
It's calming, isn't it? It's very calming.
You've got something to occupy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, to me, I mean, this truck I'm building at the minute, it's up to now, it's cost about 160, 170 quid. But that's worth it.
It's the therapy side of it. It's therapy.
I don't want anyone to think I was knocking it. It was a genuine question. Do you know what I mean? I just think to myself, what would I do with it after it's served its purpose? It would just end up in a box or something like that. That's my way of thinking. But that's why I'm asking.
Well, people used to ask me, what do I do with the remote control planes when I built them? I said, well, usually build another one because they don't survive past the first fucking flight.
You get an enormous amount of satisfaction out of anything you put so much time and effort into, especially intricate stuff. The thing it does to your kind of inside world, you get an enormous amount of satisfaction, and then it's there, and you know you've built it.
Yeah.
Not that I've done anything quite to that level, but
I've got a few on my shelf there, quite a few on my shelf. But in the living room, I got some on my bookshelf as ornaments and things as well.
Yeah, it looks nice when you do something for yourself. It's very self-rewarding, and that gives a quiet place. It's also somewhere which is very therapeutic, and it gives you a chance to step away from whatever's going on in your life, chaos, work, whatever, and to take yourself apart from that. And that what I do is my radio ham stuff. I've got radios where I talk to people around the world, and that's my therapy.
Mikey's seen some of my miniatures that I make.
Oh yeah,
you want to see the Rogers, they're awesome.
You know,
they've made working Gatling guns and everything.
Yeah, I've got to get that Gatling gun back out of the box and carry on with that one.
Here's my pride and joy. This is.
Oh wow! Look at that.
Yeah.
That is,
oh my god!
Model Ferrero's got me it. I've got a thing about Spitfires, and this one was quite expensive, but it's my pride and joy. It takes place of. It's in my room. It's there. I can see it. I can look at it.
It's fantastic, mate. Well done. I couldn't do it.
The fact you've got something high in mind.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
I've said this many times. I just wanted to understand from your point of view. That was
one of the other advantages as well, Dan, is the scale modelling community is really, really close knit because it is such an unusual hobby for people to have.
Yeah.
Someone's mic's clipping or rubbing there somewhere.
It's Matt because he's tapping the screen. Yeah, because we're quite tightly community anyway. You know, even outside the forces community, we talk to each other and stuff like that with other scale modelers, and like AD knows because we're in the same group. That if he's struggling, he can just message one of the lads in the group and go, "I need to go on Discord," and we'll go on Discord and have FaceTime for a few hours whilst we're counting down.
Yeah,
it's a wonderful thing. If you've got a hobby, it's wonderful that you can do it to download, because that's what it is. It's a download. You got the peace, you got the quiet. So sometimes I do my ham stuff in the morning, talk to people around the world, say hi to friends I've met over the years. But it's just that hour, so I turn my phone off so I'm not distracted, and we have a good old chat about what's going on in the world. And it's great. It's great conversation to start off my day where I got that time, even though I live alone. My phone is basically just ring. So I just put it on do not disturb. So
if you actually heard one of our Discord sessions, you'd think it was somewhat off the Comedy Central.
Oh, really?
We've had sessions because one of the lads literally fell off his chair because he was laughing that hard.
Yeah.
Stop.
Tina.
Yes.
Tina, check the private chat. There's a message in there for you.
Yeah, give him my email.
How can I find that, please, Tina?
Hold on, I'll just put it into the chat here, okay? So it's I'll put it in capitals. Back a bit. Where's my A gone? I got a new keyboard. I'm losing everything.
Normally I wouldn't be like this and say, look, you know, I didn't ask those questions to offend anyone. I wouldn't normally say that.
Trust me, you have not offended anyone
about that, Dan, at all.
It's in the chat, guys.
Do you want me to,
not learn from me by now? We don't take offense.
Hang on. Sorry.
Do you want me to paste that link Tina just put in the chat?
You can do it. It's
I've
okay.
got a screenshot of it, thanks, Rog.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
Yeah.
That's much appreciated, Tina.
Is that your independent thingy? Yes, it is.
That's the website email. Yes, Independent Advice Network, and TC is my initials, and then that's outlook.com. So that's on my second phone for the website. The website's going up hopefully next year, but I'm working on a video for you and Roger. So I've already done one. I went, nope, that looks fucking shit. So I deleted it. So that's really shit. So yeah.
Thanks so much, Tina.
When I get the YouTube channel to my standard, then I'll contact you and Roger so you can have a look at it for me, see if it's okay. And give me any feedback on it. I'd love the feedback on it. So, and then what I'm going to do, if it's okay, I'm going to do a video once every week on different topics which will be on my site. My site's going to be different. So whatever law I put up, you will have a letter showing you exactly what you need to do and who to contact. You take photographs of what the problem is, you take recordings of any abuse, and it literally tells you where to go. It's up to you to find the solicitors if you need a solicitor in your area, because I don't give legal advice. I'm not qualified. So
Signposting,
yes, I want people to understand the power you've got. Every one of us, if you've got the rights and if you know the law, they can't stop you doing what I'm saying you can do. So essentially, you're going to send legislation in, laws that could cover what you're doing, and they can't object to it. And it's how to take on councils, central government, benefits agencies. Oh, Dan, have you heard what the DWP are bringing in?
What's snooping in our bank accounts?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
it'll be me and you and Heather before any of these guys.
Andy the cabbie is talking about that.
From 2024, they're saying they have the right to look at your income and outgoings and get your code, your bank account and sort code. Now, that's not correct. The only thing the DWP and the housing benefit need to see is what your income is, your benefits like PIP, ESA, I get a pension. That's current legislation. So I don't know how they're going to get away with this. A group of us have already started complaining about what they're trying to put through. It's not
They've
legal.
already said they're going to change in the law at the minute.
If you read further down that legislation, Tina, they will and are trying to put into that where they can look at what you're getting paid, if it's an external source, whether it's money family have given you, whatever.
Yes, that's what they're looking
will
for.
be able to deduct that from your benefits.
Well,
Normal people, they won't be able to do it. It's only for people on benefits that they're going to pass this. And pension.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, the lower pensions. So it is a big impact, but currently, as the law stands, that they can only ask you for your details, because I always redact my statements and my code, not allowed to see it. But here's the killer. 15 years ago, they gave permission for Experian to secretly download your accounts. Now, I know because I dealt with a potential case to do with council tax and housing benefit for a mental health patient.
Get your credit score.
Yeah. So basically, this person was accused of having two bank accounts which weren't his, but Experian downloaded those two accounts without the bank's knowledge and gave it as the client's detail. He won his case, by the way. It took me 2 years of hard work to fight the council and housing benefit, but I did win in the end. But essentially, Experian have been given the right to go to the dark web and download your statements. And it was statements of people. This wasn't even the person's name the accounts were in. So I took it into the bank. They were furious. The banks were furious at what they found. But when I looked further into it, this was done 15 years ago. So if the government want your bank accounts, they can get them.
They've already got our details, the bank details. They've got your sort code and account number anyway. They have to, otherwise they can't pay you.
They've got your account numbers, but currently they can't access it. They can't go into your bank. They can only put money in, like if you got paid, like the food budget and all the rest of it. They can see it, but they can't get a statement. That's the difficulty they've got. They can't get your statements on the current systems. Councils work with 6 systems with the DWP, so they can see what benefits you're on, all your details are on there. There's only 2 that are read-only for the DWP and what they put up about you. So,
and this leads on to the digital credit scoring, because eventually they'll be able to say, no, you're not allowed to buy that, and they'll block you financially from buying it.
Well, that's going to be the argument, because as I've said before, the government states you must have a living allowance and you cannot have that taken away. The only one who's got the power to reduce it is a court for punishments for crimes, when they've got to pay a fine. But currently, you're not allowed to reduce that person's income. The government says you must have a living amount to live on. And it started in a Blackpool case where someone presented their papers to DWP and they literally penalised them for having a takeaway once a month.
Yeah,
and they got slapped for that.
It also boils down to people going on holiday and things like that as well. You can a minimum amount that they need to live on. Then the way that the government see it is you shouldn't be able to
afford to do anything other than survive.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically,
but what they don't take account is the fact that people will buy food so they can save money in order to be able to do like that. Grief.
But then you've got to look at the large numbers of people, Dan, that are caught. I can give you many cases. A woman, she has 6 holidays a year abroad and she's on income support.
Obviously, I mean, I'm talking about, if somebody has a holiday, I've not been on holiday. I've never paid for a holiday for myself. I've never been on holiday apart from
you can go away in the UK, but if you can afford to travel abroad with flights and all the rest of it that goes with it, or a ferry, where's it coming from? It's coming from the public purse.
Yeah, but
in
this
income
again,
support.
I've been on benefits for a while. I've been saving money. I have a certain amount of money in my account. I'm not going to say it on here, but I have a certain amount of money in my account that I've saved. And I've got to, and that is through going days without eating or not putting much on my gas and not putting
They won't go after those who go on the occasional holiday. It's those repeat offenders that keep doing it and then posting their holidays on Facebook. And these are supposed to be people that are disabled.
Or
Watch
people
them
that
go down this super slide.
limited time and things.
Yeah.
People are good because you can only go away for a certain amount of weeks and things.
Yeah.
So I think it's 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, then you have to inform them if it's more than 2 weeks, and they stop your money.
Yeah. They do. They put it on polls. The same with PIP. If you go into hospital, you must tell them after 2 weeks with your PIP, and they will suspend it because you're receiving care in hospital.
Yeah.
But there are agencies trying to fight it because it is considered our human rights to have privacy in certain areas, and one of those is your bank account.
Yeah, well, if
the thing now to invasion of privacy. Sorry, Dan.
No, I was going to say, right, when it comes to lack of privacy in a public space, right? And there are certain occasions where you have a perceived privacy, i.e., at a cash machine or at the teller in a bank, and you don't expect to be standing there filming you. And that's right. That's absolutely right.
Expectation of privacy.
Yeah, you have an expectation of privacy in those situations. Now, can you, if the government are allowed to then go into people's banks and have a look around, then there shouldn't be any law stopping somebody walking up to somebody next to a cash machine and filming them.
Yeah, exactly. This is all about privacy legislation, but it's also your human right to receive, if you're on a pension or you're on disability or you're on other benefits, you have that right to the amount the government says you're entitled to live on. It can't just be taken away. This is what they're trying to stop.
Think they're trying to rewrite the human rights bill for this country and do
away with
EPHR. As I said, every little step they're taking heading towards one goal, and this is just another step.
If Stuart, you've got to tell them after 2 weeks.
Yeah, only in for more than 2 weeks. You have to tell them. So you can only get your benefits for 2 weeks if you're not living at home for a period of time. Then 2 weeks you get them for. After that they'll stop it.
Yeah, the way they get around that, Dan, is they say that because you need care, because you're in a hospital, you're receiving the care, so you shouldn't need the PIP.
Yeah.
Which is again a breach of human rights because that's an allowance you've been given because of your disabilities. Going into hospital for most people who've got disabilities is normal in a lot of cases. Come back from Los Angeles on benefits, barely afford to eat. 2 weeks in LA. Oh shit! Right, okay. That's the kind of thing that they're trying to clamp down on.
But to be fair, and again, I'm not being funny. I got enough money in the bank to go to LA if I want to. I wouldn't be able to spend a lot of money while I'm there, but I've certainly got enough money to go. In fact, I've got enough money to get a flight anywhere in the world that I want to right now. It'd be cheap flight, but I can go to where now, right? But I wouldn't be able to spend a lot of money while I'm there. However, that is due to a long period of time of saving.
Yeah.
Now, if I was doing that every month or 2-3 times a year, then completely different situation. Obviously, that they've got to get money from somewhere, because there's no way that just by not eating every other day, there's no way you'd be able to afford that kind of a holiday within a year, for example. So yeah, you're right. And people like that should be looked into. If they're going on.
It's definitely the level of times you travel abroad. That's what it's about. But it's also about PIP. In the disability side of things, PIP is given to you for your medical reasons, so you can get care from other people, assistance, have adaptations put in your property, all those kind of things. So, and it's always the lowest pensioners they go after. But like I've said before, currently there are 1.7 million NEETs, not in educational training, aged 16 to 21, who are not working, they're not looking for a job, and they're on universal credit. Why aren't they telling these little Gen Z shits to get off their ass and get a job?
Well, they are, aren't they? That's one of the things they're changing. Is they're making it so that if you're on universal credit for more than 18 months, then
but they're not. They're not doing it. They're absolute. Last year it was 1.5 million. No, you've got 1.7 million. Now, if you look at the other side of that, there's nearly 7 million people on income support whose children are in school. They should be working, even if it's part-time.
Just changing the subject very briefly. Sean, Nigel Farage hasn't won. I was right. It was that Sam Thompson, some idiot from, what was he? I'm Towie or something. Oh no, Made in Chelsea. A bit like Towie, one of them fucking reality bollocks.
Is that jungle show? Is that jungle show? Yeah, I don't watch it.
I knew
I
said he wouldn't win. I said he wouldn't win. And how some fucking muppet from one of them fucking reality shows has made it through as one, I think shows how much of a fix it is.
What I remember is the people that watch that show are the sort of idiots that watch those reality shows and don't watch politics.
Has anyone watched? Have you watched Big Brother?
Not for years. I haven't.
I've never watched it. I've never watched it. Do you know why? Because the whole thing has transpired over the years. It was staged. Everything in that place was staged. And most of the people that went in there have had drama training.
But it's not just that. It's just, and I put this on. You must have seen this. The comment I put on Facebook yesterday, I think it was. It's all about ratings. It's all about how much they can charge for adverts, right? And they want people to. They want publicity for the show, which is why they got that race baiting piece of shit in there, that Nella and Nigel Farage, because they knew they would clash. There are psychologists working on shows like Big Brother. I'm a celeb. I'm not a celebrity. Get me out of here, because none of them are celebrities really. And they say, right, how are we going to get people to clash? So they sit there and they go, right, that person would have this kind of a relationship with that person. That person would have this kind of a relationship with that person. Let's get them in and see what happens. It works. It does work. It's bollocks.
They've got their own Sage committee, a nudge unit.
Yeah. It's just crazy. I don't like trash TV. Like everything. What's that Essex one they did for the Essex?
It's no different to YouTube, is it? Create the drama, we'll get you the
yeah. That's all it is. And television at the moment is so crap. I watch YouTube most of the time on my big TV downstairs, or I watch movies. I don't watch TV. It's just shit. They brought back Dad's Army, for God's sake. When are we going to get something new? I love Dad's Army, but I don't want to watch it all over again.
Sean,
so I watch movies.
Don't tell him, Tina.
He was one of the finalists, Sean. Farage was one of the 3 finalists. But the vote, I'm looking at it now, the vote is Sam Thompson. Again, I don't know who the fuck he is. It says Made in Chelsea star, but he's not a star because no fucker's ever heard of him.
That's about right for these programs.
But that's the one that's won it, apparently. But again, I said this from the beginning, they couldn't allow Farage to win. Even if all the votes, even if there was 99% of the vote for Farage, they could not allow him to win. So they would have lied.
Because of his background. So
narrative.
I don't like the guy in many ways, but I did feel sorry for him when the banks told him he couldn't have a bank in the United Kingdom. That was outrageous.
Yeah.
They closed down all of his bank accounts. They shouldn't be allowed to do that.
It's all been a very good, convenient smokescreen for other stuff going on, though, isn't it?
Of course.
Any politician I look at in their face, I see their eyes, they're saying, can we talk? No, I don't trust you because your eyes are shit. No way. I can look straight at your eyes and make you tell me you're lying to me, so no.
Especially that David Blunkett.
Ugh.
But you know when they're lying, the mouths are moving.
Yeah,
And then they've got these shifty eyes.
when the actual election comes up and they start coming around, they tend to avoid my house because I had to go up Ben Bradshaw when he come around one day. Telling me he's going to build houses. I said, oh, are you? That's funny because you haven't built any in 30 years. So what makes you think you're going to start? Well, we are building. You're building elderly units, not housing. Housing is for families.
They're building a lot of housing in Wellingborough. It's called HMP 5 something.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Have you heard of it? It was ever since like 4 years ago when the whole thing kicked off. A lot of people were saying it's called HMB Wellingborough 5, not 5 Nations, it's a rugby, but 5 Wells, I think it's called.
Right. Well, in conversations in the chat, I know about the veterans that are struggling out there. I've had quite a few get accommodated, but I'm just one person. I can't do it all. But the great thing was that our Marine camp in Devon, Limpstone, they have built two large flat complexes, and it's now for those who are homeless. And it's a stopover, so they can stay there up to 2 years in these flats, and then they go through the council to get their housing. So they're actually starting to pick up more of the vets off the street to help them out.
The problem with the vets on the street is we don't want help.
I know you don't.
We'd rather do it ourselves.
Yes.
It's the way we're trained. It's what we've always done. We help ourselves. We help each other.
Yes,
hence,
I know you do.
Hence, like Model for Heroes.
Do you know what me and the missus said the other day, Adi? Now, they're turning these camps over to these bloody immigrants, yeah? Now, what about giving the vets one of these camps? They'll quite happily refurbish it, work on it themselves, look after it, because they'll look after each other, as you say. Now, what would be wrong with that? But they won't do it.
See,
no, they won't.
My problem with that is, yeah, it's good thinking. It's absolutely brilliant thinking. But you're putting somebody who suffers with mental health in a place where that mental health was caused.
True.
So that's going to make them 10 times worse. Putting them back on an army camp is where the problem started in the first place.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
In the army.
8 million, 8 million a week or £10 million a week for as long as they've been paying it out could have paid for many fucking houses, blocks of flats, even specifically to get homeless people off the street.
You could even have paid their electric bills for the rest of their lives.
Well, in America, they've done in certain states, they are helping the vets over there. You know, has anybody heard of these tiny homes?
Yeah.
The ones they put in the mobiles. And what they've done is they've not only put the tiny home system in different states over there, they've got mental health workers on site, they've got doctors on site, and it's been paid for by multi-billionaires in that country. They're literally putting these tiny home setups in. If it's a family that needs help with children, they'll build a bigger one. But they manage it themselves. So what they tend to do is pick the most senior officer and they become the manager. And when that person steps down, another one steps up. So that seems to be working in the States. So a woman in Devon had a load of extra farm area. She wanted to build the same thing here for vets. And the council turned her down and said she's not allowed on her own land to build it.
Here's something for you to look into. Where I'm from up in Hull is a thing called Hull for Heroes.
Oh, right, okay.
And they are in the middle of building a veterans village.
That's nice.
Where veterans who are on the streets can go to this place to do job things, to do everything, to get you back to being a valuable member of society.
That's nice.
Now, that's been running for absolutely years, and they've just got planning permission and just started building the veterans village.
That's really good. I wish there lots of luck with that. That's fantastic.
One second, guys. Blaggers, do us a favour. Give me. No, see you later then. Sorry, there was someone in the back there waiting to come up. I was waiting for you to stop talking so I could invite him up. I didn't mean that to sound rude, by the way. Oh, he's back. Hang on. Blaggers, do us a favour. Just give us 8 fingers like that, if you can.
It's good when you can help in your area, but more needs to be done for these people, to be honest. It really does.
Fucking hell, it's Marty.
It's Marty. Hello, Marty.
Yo.
How are you doing?
I'm not so bad.
You've been out.
It's been a long time since I've seen you on here. God.
You've been out on the hour, haven't you?
How dare you suggest such a thing?
What happened to the Amish beard? Where's it gone? Where's the Amish beard gone?
She don't like it when it tickles so much.
I've never had any complaints.
Oh my God. Please. Yeah. You're looking good, Marty. It's good to see you on here.
I'm good, thank you. You too.
Well,
you're looking pissed, Marty.
He's
Pardon?
fine. Leave him alone.
You're looking pissed, Marty.
Oh, truth be told, I'm only getting started.
See.
Go on,
Did you go to London with Dan?
No, I went to London, but I met Dan in London.
Yeah, I thought I saw you on the video.
Yeah.
Good to see
I
you.
always see Dan. Whether I see him in the street, in London, in the brothel, I always bump into Dan.
In his dream.
Oh dear.
This
You
is
say
the
that
thing,
like it's
when
about
you
it.
work for yourself, you can make your
It's
cushion
funny.
party laugh.
It's quite funny how she says, "Oh dear." That's what I said to him when I saw her. I fucking know she's oh dear.
I am, yes. Everyone tells me I'm young. I'm not. I'm 63 next year.
No, I didn't mean that. That word. You didn't catch the joke. That's not what I meant.
No.
No. That's
How
not what I
many
meant.
drinks have you had? How many drinks have you had tonight? Have you enjoyed your night drinking?
How much you had to drink, Blaggers?
10 cans of Carling.
Oh my god.
A bottle of Smirnoff Ice, and I've been to the shop since I last spoke to you and got some purple looking beer.
How the hell are you still stood up? Jesus.
Carling is that's good session beer.
That's Strongbow Dark Fruits.
Yeah, when you start pissing that colour in the morning, you're going to be thinking, what the fuck's wrong with you?
No.
A bit of a worry.
You don't piss that colour in the morning. When you drink loads of cider, you shit it through.
I miss your videos, Marty. I used to love watching your videos.
You've been affected by any issues on this stream.
The videos are there.
Sorry?
Try watching them because the videos are there.
I know, I've watched them. I always watch your videos when you're out and about taking on the police and stuff. It was so funny.
Yeah, well, coming this week, you're going to be entitled and going to enjoy some Marty B exclusives. Marty B on his own. No one else on his own.
Wow.
Back to solo.
I couldn't do the video and you guys do because I wouldn't be too nice to the police and get arrested probably. So
it works better when you're on your own. I think it works better.
To be fair, Marty's lucky he's not been arrested.
I've been arrested how many fucking times? I'm just done with it. Being arrested. Fuck me. I've probably got more arrests than audit videos. What you on about?
Yeah, the best one you ever did, Marty, was the one where you were rubbing their faces with it on the 10-day holiday on the car.
Hang on a minute.
Brilliant.
Is that Roger Whittington?
It is, mate. It is.
I watch your videos.
Cheers, buddy. I
watch your videos. Oh no, you are the same person, right? I hope you are. The video you were a weir or a lake or something, and someone said you can't film there.
No, that was
no,
done like that. Was
no, but you were going to use your drone, and they told you can't use your drone.
No, that weren't.
Big open space. There can't be too many fucking Roger Whittons. What you on about?
Say good evening, good morning, people. Welcome to the grumpy
old git in the corner.
See,
Roger, no.
Are
you have a YouTube channel?
Yeah.
And right, so you did a video, right? You were next to a big body of water, whatever it be, a lake or fucking sea, I don't know. But someone said you can't do it, and then
it might have been one of my fishing videos.
Yeah, it's you. It's fucking you. It's fucking you. And you fuck off.
We go up to Cumbria every year, sea fishing for a holiday. I know it's
you. It's you. And fuck off. I can't. That's pretty cool. I watch your videos, bro. I've just checked it. I've just checked it on my TV. It's fucking you. I watch your videos, bro. Respect.
You've made a mistake.
That is fucking cool as shit, that, mate. That is mental. No fucking way. No way. That is bonkers, that.
Yeah,
That is absolutely bonkers.
It was actually Dan that got me into doing my own channel because I was on his for a while and he encouraged me to start my own.
It was like a gamekeeper or something like that said that you weren't allowed to fly your drone.
Oh no, that one wasn't me. I haven't had a drone.
Now you're confusing me.
No, I know.
I can't deal with this.
Of his Mad Mick adventures.
Yeah.
Oh, you're thinking of Roger Willington.
That's a bit cringe, isn't it?
You've upset our Roger.
Most of my videos are taking the piss out of the news and the politicians.
Yeah, I like
Okay, well, I can only deeply apologise. I thought that were you. I thought that was really cool.
Did you get a bit starstruck?
I just thought it was really cool. This guy landed here by chance, and I was like, okay, that's really awesome, but okay.
Are you keeping an eye on the time, Dan?
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Awesome. No, sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. It's but I always make sure he gets his shout at 5:02 so he knows where the time is.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, you work tomorrow?
Sure.
You work tomorrow?
I'm meant to be.
Meant to be.
Well, if I don't go to work, mate, it just means old Doris don't get a packet of Benson and Hedges and a newspaper, doesn't it?
Benson and Hedges? Fucking, that's high maintenance, isn't it?
What does a packet? What's a pack of cigarettes cost now?
About 14 quid.
I've not.
14 pounds for a pack of fags.
Yeah, and you're not allowed to have 20 now. You have to have 19.
19.
Yeah.
That's mad.
£4 and I get 20.
Crazy people. I buy pouches of baccy from my pub that I will not disclose for like 17 quid, and I only smoke when I drink. I don't smoke when I don't drink. My missus, she smokes all day every day, but I don't. I only smoke when I drink now. That's it.
I only smoke when I drink. I drink all day.
Yeah, the problem is though, when I do drink, I smoke half a fucking packet. But the ciggies, they're bad them. So
yeah, they are bad. There's too many chemicals in them. My friend came over with some cigarettes. It's like, ugh, they smell.
There's not enough of a smoke in them to have a decent smoke. So I smoke. If you're using packets of fags, oh shit, I'll do 2 packets, easy.
Yeah, and the benefits of roll-ups, if you put it down, it burns itself out, so you don't lose it. But if you put a cigarette down, it goes all the way down to the tip. So
Not anymore, Teen. Not anymore. They don't. They've made them so that they go out. It's a real thing. It's been going on for more than 10 years.
What cigarette?
Safety. It came under the new health and safety laws.
Yeah,
good night,
cigarettes, yeah.
Take care, buddy.
I like my roll-ups because it's cheap. Rolling up is cheap, so.
We only smoke roll-ups now.
Yeah.
With the fags, it's fucking ridiculous, mate. The money is stupid.
We get a full 50 gram, £12 something, isn't it? And that's not counterfeit or anything. That is legit.
I'm glad I stopped smoking 2 years ago.
Fresh off the boat.
It sounds too cheap. I pay 17 for an amber leaf, what I call legit.
Yeah, we get it. It's actually duty free. We got somebody that goes backwards and forwards for work.
We've got these. It's the yellow packet. It's on my board, but it does its job.
Right. I'm afraid I'm going to have to wrap up. I'm afraid it's 12 o'clock and I've got to go and check the housing list and whatnot. So I'm going to have to go.
He needs to go check his balls and make sure they're not sore, guys. Everyone say thank you, Pap, and appreciate your live stream. We all love you.
Thanks very much, Dan. I'm going to say good night to everybody, okay? So everyone take care, and I'll catch up with you soon. And Dan, I'll be in touch shortly, all right? Good night, everybody. Good night.
Before everyone goes, that guy that would above me then, he's still over there.
Which guy?
His beard almost looks like beard meets food. That's a good beard. That is a fucking good beard, that brother. That is a good beard. Bearded man. How long did that take you to grow that beard?
2 years, and I had it cut about 2 weeks ago.
I can't hear no.
The problem with bearded vet is the
Hang on, give it a minute.
It ends up
beard man. How long beard man?
It took 2 years to grow, but I had it cut down about 2 weeks ago. And about 3 inches took off it.
That's a fucking good beard, my friend.
Thank you.
And on that note,
I respect that beard.
The problem with a beard like that is it dips in your halal soup.
Oh, how dare you! How dare!
Don't diss the beard, baldy boy.
You have a jihad on your, sorry.
Call me baldy all you like, mate. This time,
I can still see the fucking shine, don't worry.
Be a hairy monster next year.
I beg to differ.
So thanks for jumping up, Marty. It's nice to see you, mate.
Good to see you, mate. Listen, you stay safe and sound, my lad. We'll just speak to you. Chat, man.
Take it easy. Addy, nice to meet you.
Cheers.
Thanks for jumping up. Free to jump on any time you.
He's called him beard as well. Beautiful.
That's my YouTube name, that's why.
Aye, don't be infringing other people's beard names.
Max, Roger, take it easy. Thanks for joining. Everybody in the chat, much appreciated to you all for being here this evening, and I will catch you all soon.
See you.
Later.